Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Barkley makes it easy.
Get ready to rev up your engines and feel the excitement at Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac. We've got the perfect ride to match your style and adventure. Visit us at our showroom at Skyland Boulevard and let our friendly team help you find the vehicle of your dreams. Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac, where hometown pride and unbeatable deals collide. Drive with passion with Barkley. Visit us today or check us out online at barkleygmc.com.
Barkley makes it easy.
Welcome to the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff Show. Everwood, the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. Wood treated right. Alabama football is also brought to you by Chick-fil-A. Order online with the Chick-fil-A app to cater your next tailgate party. And by Ford. Visit your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide.
Welcome back, everybody. Chris Stewart alongside Tyler Watts here inside, let's all say it together, Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium. So glad to have you with us as the Tide gets set to take on the Bulls of the University of South Florida. It's our Everwood countdown to kickoff. Everwood's the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. Everwood, wood treated right. Tyler, it's amazing. You and I were talking about this in the pregame, that we've gotten to the point where you could have a coach's name parallel to Coach Bryant. We will let others debate that. That's one we will stay out of. But Nick Saban, no question, in the last 40 years, as good as there has been, the best that any has been, certainly in our opinion. But amazing recognition for him, well-deserved. And now the team needs to go out and take care of its part of things and make sure this is a wonderful, memorable night for that and for that alone.
Yeah, and you know that he has high expectations as far as not only performance of the crowd, making sure that they're doing a good job of supporting the team, but also the team itself of going out and executing properly, especially on a day like today. And it's amazing how, with all of the responsibilities he has, he always makes a point to come back to these home games. And obviously being in attendance tonight for such an honor being bestowed upon him, well deserved by the way. I mean, you think about how many great coaches, and you mentioned this earlier, have come through here and won national championships, but he has definitely separated himself from them.
When you are looking for more notoriety, we've talked about the tickets that you can, the commemorative ticket that you can go online and order, but also do want to point out there is a ceremony at halftime, and while there was the ceremony outside the stadium, there is still recognition to take place inside, and we look forward to that taking place, and you are definitely going to want to be in your seat when that takes place. We'll not give any of it away, but simply tell you that after the $1 Million Band performs at halftime, there will be a very cool, very special ceremony taking place that you're going to want to be with us for here, of course, on the Crimson Tide Sports Network, and those of you listening to us on the in-stadium radios as well. Make sure you're in your seats because you're going to want to be a part of that and not miss any of what takes place. What is most important, of course, though, if you ask Coach Saban, certainly if you ask Coach DeBoer, it's what's taking place between the lines, between the Tide and the Bulls. And Tyler Watts, let's look at a scouting report presented by Homewood Suites by Hilton in downtown Tuscaloosa. What's the scout you've got for us in this ball game today? And I'm going to go instead with the star to watch. Forgive me. I went with what was on my order of business. You pick, Coach. What do you want to go? I just set you up for the scouting report. If you'd rather go star,
I'll go wherever you take me. I'm the passenger over here. You are sitting. I'm riding shotgun, baby.
I just went on the format, brother. So if you got the scouting report, let's do it.
The scouting report with South Florida basically is you better maintain down and distance, making sure that it's favorable for this offensive unit. They love to pressure. They pressured us over 40% of the snaps last year down in Tampa Bay, and created all kinds of chaos and problems. So staying ahead of the chains is key and crucial for this offensive unit. And then on the defensive side, you better know where Byron Brown is, and you better wrap him up, because he extended so many plays last season. He really accounted for all of their explosive plays, and it wasn't what he was able to do with his arm. It was breaking down in the rushing attack after everything kind of cleared out. And I think when me and Damian talked about this, the fact that we run so much more zone is probably going to help us keep eyes in the backfield and limit how much success he has. But he's a big, strong quarterback. This is a much taller task for this Alabama defensive unit than what we had last week.
Make yourself at home with Homewood Suites, conveniently located in downtown Tuscaloosa. Stay in comfort and enjoy the great options at the on-site 205 Bar and Restaurant. Homewood Suites, Tuscaloosa, proud to be a preferred hotel partner of the Crimson Tide. Both teams out on the field right now. The Crimson Tide working out to our right, the north end of the stadium. To the south end, you have the Bulls of USF getting loose as well, wearing those gold pants, white jerseys. They've got green numerals and lettering on their jerseys and gold helmets as well. And you may start to hear a little roar take place throughout the stadium as the recognition of a familiar face roaming the sidelines is taking place. Hand in hand with Miss Terry, there is indeed Coach Nick Saban shaking hands with our officials that are working tonight's ball game. Ken Williamson will be the lead referee for this contest, but Coach making his way down the sideline, and interesting to watch him, Tyler. And look, it's clear that retirement agrees with him, but you can also tell when it's game day, he kind of would like to still be out there about right now.
You think that's the first cordial conversation he's had with a referee to start a game off in a long, long time?
Maybe. We'll go cordial and assume that is indeed the case. But yeah, it's great to have he and Miss Terry and their family here with us, as well as Coach moves down. A couple of the players that are close by shaking hands with him as well. And again, a very special day, and excited to see all that transpires. Tyler Booker jogging over real quick to say hello to Coach, shake his hand, and many others that are hopeful that he'll stop and maybe can get a picture with him or some sort of recognition. Miss Terry coming down along the back of the end zone as well, and clapping for a lot of the folks that are there. A ton of former players, and I'm not sure if we've got Damian Square with us just yet or not. Tom, is Damian available to us? I'm sorry if I'm throwing you a curveball here, but I would love, as we see Coach walking through the stadium, to kind of get some reaction from one of his former players who is on our crew. We talked to him earlier in pregame, but Damian Square, who joined us out in Vector Security Champions Lane in the pregame portion. Roger Hoover was hosting. In a few minutes, we'll get Damian to join us and share some thoughts as well. Do want to remind you, though, that the game plan in Alabama is to find more foster parents and parents to adopt children in Alabama. For more information on how you can become a foster parent or adopt a kid who needs a good home, go to dhr.alabama.gov/adoption. Tyler, let's check out the Star to Watch, and our Star to Watch is presented by Tito's. Roll Tide. Tito's Handmade Vodka is teaming up with the University of Alabama to donate 150 tickets to VetTix. That's an organization offering active service members and veterans tickets to this season's Alabama Crimson Tide home games. VetTix and Tito's saying Roll Tide once again. Tyler, give us a Star to Watch in this one.
Well, today all eyes are going to be on Tyler Booker. He may potentially be asked to play a position that we have not called his name at. Might move over to left tackle. with Elijah Pritchett being a little banged up during the course of this week's practice. So however many snaps he has started for Alabama at that left guard position, he may be asked to do a new task at the left tackle, something that's a completely different skill set as far as how quickly you have to be. You're more on an island, don't have much help. You're not just a bruiser and a pounder on the interior. So can Tyler Booker hold up there at that left tackle position?
Again, the Star to Watch presented by Tito's. We are continuing our Everwood treatment countdown to kickoff. Everwood, the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. We're back with more from Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium in just a moment on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Roll Tide fans, this is Roger Hoover. Join me and former Alabama linebacker Corey Reamer each Monday night at 6 p.m. for Crimson Tide Rewind, presented by the Alabama Department of Public Health. Live from Baumhauer's Victory Grill in Vestavia Hills, we'll rewind the last Bama game, plus take your calls, and look ahead to next Saturday for the Tide and the rest of the SEC. Crimson Tide Rewind, each Monday at 6 p.m. across the Crimson Tide Sports Network.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Your moment has arrived. It's time to shed the normal day-to-day version of yourself and let your most fabulous self loose. Make your way to Wind Creek Atmore, because whatever your idea of fabulous is, this is where you'll find it. Wind Creek Atmore. It's your kind of fabulous. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Today's highlight is brought to you by Toyota. At home or on the road, they're never the underdog. Toyota, let's go places. Get $2,000 in loyalty cash bonus on a new 2024 Toyota Tundra. Offer valid through September 30th, 2024. Offer entitles current Tundra customers to $2,000 loyalty cash bonus on the retail purchase or lease of any new 2024 Tundra gas or hybrid vehicle. Cash may be used only toward down payment or capitalized cost reduction on the new vehicle. See dealer for details.
The Lilly Company is your local supplier for Toyota and Clark Industrial Forklift trucks. With 6 locations in Alabama, the Lilly Company offers new, used, and rental equipment, as well as being an authorized parts and service dealer. More than just lift trucks, the Lilly Company is your one-stop shop when it comes to equipping your business or warehouse with the latest and most innovative material handling products and time-saving solutions. Check us out at LillyForklifts.com, proud partner of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Gear up for game day with a hearty win from Jack's. Score big with our hand-breaded chicken fingers and mouth-watering fried chicken, served with scratch-made biscuits and a spread of tasty sides. Jack's Catering is perfect for feeding the whole crew while you cheer on your team. Whether it's a game watch or a gathering with your family, we've got the flavors that everyone loves. Visit us at eatatjacks.com or download the Jack's app to start your catering order today. Jack's, all about the South.
Back inside Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium. So glad you are with us on this historic day. The first game with the official name change and the ceremony that took place outside the stadium. There will be one at halftime as well. Coach Saban and family being recognized, and we are glad that you joined us here for our coverage of Alabama football once again on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. The Tide and the Bulls of USF getting set to square off. Kickoff set for a little more than 30 minutes from now. In fact, the official game time has been set for 6:10, we were told. Now it will get started at that point, and we'll begin with our starting lineups for today's game. They're presented by Transamerica. Transamerica, helping Tide fans create financial freedom so they can live their best life. Tyler, let's take a look first at the Alabama defense at the bandit position. Either Jamarian Latham or LT Overton listed as the starters. The Tide looking as good as you can look, I guess, defensively last week. Almost as good as you can look, certainly on the scoreboard, as they put up the 63-0 shutout over Western Kentucky.
Yeah, you had to be pleased with the play of the defensive front, especially on the edge here, with the speed that they were able to apply consistently in the backfield last week. They're going to need to continue to do that and make sure they do a good job of wrapping up.
Tim Keenan III will be at the nose, number 96, getting started. On the other side of him will either be Tim Smith or Jaheim Otis at defensive tackle.
And both guys are going to have their hands full because South Florida loves to spread you out and then attack up the middle. So the play of these interior defensive linemen is going to be critical to the success.
The Wolf, as they call it, linebacker Quay Russaw, scheduled to get the start of this one. Expect to see a lot of Q Robinson and Keanu Coote as well.
And all three guys contributed last week. They all got meaningful snaps and were able to make their mark on the game. They're going to be asked to do the same thing.
They call it the Stinger. It's a linebacker, Deontay Lawson, getting the start. But again, we know, as was the case last week, when I believe 25 different players got in the ball game. It may have been north of that a little bit, but Jeremiah Alexander or Justin Okawankwo will be at the Stinger position as well.
And they're going to be tasked with a job of not only being in run support, but also covering these backs as they come out of the backfield. Deontay Lawson had a great game versus South Florida last season. He needs to replicate that.
We'll see the Mike linebacker position with Jihad Campbell rounding out the linebacking core.
Yeah, another solid guy who has really done an excellent job here early in the season. Has a ton of upside and ability, flies around the football, awfully tough in the tackle box.
Damani Jackson will be at one corner. Jalen Mbakwe listed as the backup behind him. Expect to see the freshman a good bit. And at the other side at corners as well, Xavier Brown to get the start, but also a good bit of Deshaun Jones and Xavier Mincy.
And all these guys, communication on the back end, making sure line correctly, because South Florida loves to go fast. They force you to get into position. Make sure that you don't have any bust, because this is an offense that can take the top off quick.
Keon Sabb will get a start at free safety. The strong safety, Malachi Moore, they'll be backed up by Bray Hubbard and Cameron Howard.
And both of them had outstanding games. Malachi Moore, obviously, we didn't call his name a ton last week. Keon Sabb had 2 interceptions, returned for a lot good yardage as well. He'll be critical of making sure that they're protecting that back end as the guys up front shut down the run.
The Husky position, another man in the back defensive secondary, Devontae Smith or Red Morgan, but a lot of King Mack as well.
And I loved how aggressive that both of these guys were last week. They're going to need to continue that tonight.
On the Alabama offense, on the printed starters that we've seen, Caden Proctor is listed, but we heard from Coach Kalen DeBoer there will not be, in all likelihood, Caden there today. So that'll cause some shuffling, but thankfully you've got some veterans that know how to play different spots.
Yeah, and with the pressure packages that South Florida brings, it's going to be very critical for these guys to have great communication and make sure they're at a minimum getting a helmet on a helmet. Jalen Milroe can make at least one guy miss if you were to let somebody through, but taking care of the other pressures that you are responsible for is going to be critical.
So you were talking about Tyler sliding, or Booker, excuse me, Tyler White, talking about Tyler Booker sliding to that tackle spot, and also that means somebody's going to have to step up and move to the left guard slot.
Yeah, and look, Jalen's good, but he would not be good with me at left tackle.
Understand.
So what we're going to see more than likely is have Tyler Booker slide out to that left tackle position, and then the transfer from Michigan State, Gino Vandemark, is going to move into that left guard position. A guy with a lot of experience, a lot of upside. They feel very confident in his ability to fill in, but this is a new position for Tyler Booker. And with all the different looks that South Florida brings, can he make sure, or have things been simplified to a point where he can comprehend it and play fast?
Parker Brailsford once again the center, and the right side listed as starters once again, Jaden Roberts, with either Wilkin Formby or Elijah Pritchett at the right tackle slot.
And so now you have the centerpiece there with Parker Brailsford, understands the offense, making sure that everyone's on the same page. So even with Gino sliding to that left guard position, you have an experienced player in Parker to help him out. no worries about Jaden Roberts. Wilkin Formby has done a nice job at that right tackle position.
And no worries about the tight ends either. C.J. Dupree, Robbie Oots, or Danny Lewis. Veterans, Josh Cuevas showed that he's going to get a lot of snaps as well.
And regardless of who it is at that tight end position, we have seen this offensive unit run a lot more 12 personnel where they love to get these tight ends out on the field. But you also have a curiosity. Is Alabama going to try to spread this defense out to try to simplify and clarify where the pressure is coming from?
Jam Miller or Justice Haynes as the starter in the backfield. There's some depth behind them, but those two are as good a combo as you'll find anywhere.
And regardless of whether it's in the tackles, running the football, or getting out into space in the passing game, two threats that put a tremendous amount of pressure on defenses.
The announced starters a few moments ago over the public address had Jeremy Bernard, Kendrick Law, and Ryan Williams as the three starters, but we know that we'll see Cole Adams, Kobe Prentice, and Emmanuel Henderson Jr. get their names called a good bit as well.
I think the potential for this receiving core, this receiving room to be just outstanding throughout the course of the year is extremely high. You have a lot of talented guys that are quick with not only their feet, their route running, but you guys got to take it off the top off of the defense, so a tremendous amount of pressure can be applied, opening up throwing lanes for all these guys.
The specialist, Graham Nicholson, as the place kicker, although Connor Talty will handle kickoffs. James Burnup, tremendous as the punter, and of course the holder, and Neelan Hibbett, the long snapper. But the return game, very solid. We saw Cole Adams has no fear as the punt returner, and you don't see a lot in the kickoff game anymore, but Kendrick Law is somebody who certainly could take it to the house at any moment.
But you never know. There could be a short kick. You could have a penalty off of a kickoff that could set Kendrick Law up for an explosive return.
So those are your Bama starters for today's ball game. We flip it to South Florida, and we'll quickly run through some of those as you've got Jason Vaughn at what they call the B-backer for South Florida. Doug Blue Ellie is the nose, and at tackle you've got Bernard Gooden with the end Decarius Hawthorne listed. Your thoughts on, again, a limited sample size, but what we should see along that defensive front?
Good, solid players that gave a lot of difficult looks last year to Alabama. We didn't have a lot of success running the ball from the first quarter until the very end of the fourth quarter. So this is a good group up front that can complicate things with some of the looks that they give you.
Matt Karras, Jamie Petway, Deshaun Ruckert, or Amarius Brown Bunkley. Let me back up. I'm sorry. Rucker or Brown Bunkley are in the secondary. The linebackers, Harris or Petway. Anything stand out among those in the linebacking
Just
core?
guys that fly around the field and do a really nice job. Jalen Schuer had an interception last week, so capable guys there on that second level.
Secondary at corner, as I got to too quickly, Rucker or Brown Bunkley. The safety, Tavin Ward at nickel, Kawan Banks or Deshaun Ruckert or Jarvis Lee. Any one of three could be at the nickel. You've got Tawfiq Bayard. You've got Jalen Stokes or DeMarco Augustin at strong safety. And at corner, Brent Austin or Ben Knox expected to get the look there. It sounds like they've got a lot of options, but maybe a lot of uncertainty as well.
Perhaps, and let's hope that a lot of these ors are from the fact that we're taking the top and having explosive plays, and they're having to figure out how to stop us.
Let's go to the offense, and we'll begin with Byron Brown, who Tyler was a really good one last year. Didn't put up, any great numbers against Alabama, but 7th in quarterback rushing nationally last year, 8th in total offense with over 4,100 yards. Finished 1st in his conference and 8th in the nation in points, responsible for at over 17 per game. He was also in the top 15 in passing touchdowns and 23rd in the country in passing yards. The guy is very capable, and he's added about 20 pounds since last year as well.
Yeah, he's a big back, and in the passing game, we saw him break us down on the scramble. They also run a lot of option, a lot of read option, so he can take the ball out the back door and give you all kinds of problems if you're not sound in how you're defending him.
Here's a note I've never seen before on a player. You ready? 7-step program that he uses to care for his teeth daily. If the offensive line does its job, he won't lose any of them. But he's also got aspirations to become an orthodontist after his football career. So that would explain the regimen so far. There's your useless fact of the day. All right, in the backfield, Kelly Joyner Jr. or Naquan Wright, who was a big part of their offense last year, and there's some high expectations for Wright, especially this season.
So the key to this running attack, obviously, is the quick hitters on the outside of really forcing you as a defensive unit to spread out so they can take advantage of the numbers inside. Alabama shut these guys down last year. However, they can give you some problems if they get the numbers that they're wanting in the tackle box.
In addition to the running backs, the slot receivers, Sean Atkins, you've got Abdur Rahman Yassin or Josh Hardiman at one wide out, Michael Brown-Stevens at the other. The skill position guys pretty dangerous.
Yeah, they are. And Sean Atkins was the walk-on who then became a scholarship player. Actually had a couple of really big plays for Alabama last season. They like what he brings to the table.
Let's look at the tight end, Peyton Singletary, who's part of an offensive line, including R.J. Perry and either Cole Best or Andrew Kilfoyle. On the left side of the line, the center, Mike Lofton, right guard, Zane Herring, and Derek Bowman at right tackle. Anybody stand out among those?
I think they do a really nice job schematically. They're going to create some angles for these undersized offensive linemen, but they're not truly undersized. This is a bigger unit. They just don't have the depth. But these tight ends, kind of getting back to them, the way that they spread it out, our defensive corners especially are going to have to be physical at the line of scrimmage so that they can take away those little short screen plays. Alex
Golesh is the head coach. He is 8-6 in his time in Tampa as the head coach in his second season. Of course, Kalen DeBoer, 1-0 as the head man at the University of Alabama. An incredible 10-year coaching record of 105-12. Is successful, to say the very least. Just about time for a quick break, but I look at the Cooks Pest Control scoreboard, I believe. Roger Hoover, what have you got for us?
Well, some drama in South Bend. Northern Illinois topping 5th-ranked Notre Dame, blocking a potential game-winning field goal for the Fighting Irish. That was a 63-yard attempt, but Northern Illinois, the Huskies, pick up the win again against the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. So that's quite an upset against Notre Dame. And then still keeping an eye on what's going on down on the plains of Auburn. 21-14, the Cal Golden Bears still lead the Auburn Tigers. 2:40 left to go in the fourth quarter, and that's a quick look at the Alabama Power scoreboard.
Thank you very much. For those of you giggling about Notre Dame, let's not forget the Huskies came in here and looked really good against us one day in the past as well. That's going to wrap things up for our Everwood countdown to kickoff. Everwood is the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. Everwood, wood treated right. We are closing in on 15 minutes to kickoff. Presented by Beatbox, and each Beatbox is bursting with delicious flavors, gluten-free, low sugar, and resealable. Look for it in stores across the Southeast for your next tailgate today. When we come back, we'll take you up to and through kickoff right here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
This has been the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff Show. Everwood, the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. Wood treated right. Alabama football is also brought to you by SeatGeek. Find tickets to Crimson Tide games and more. SeatGeek. And by Guthrie's, the original chicken finger restaurant, and now an official partner of the Crimson Tide. Let's go! Here we go. Kickoff is coming up next on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Your moment has arrived. It's time to shed the normal day-to-day version of yourself and let your most fabulous self loose. Make your way to Wind Creek Wetumpka, because whatever your idea of fabulous is, this is where you'll find it. Wind Creek Wetumpka. It's your kind of fabulous. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Jan Miller.
And I'm Kobe Prentice.
Make sure you and your family are up to date this summer on all recommended vaccines, including respiratory disease.
Vaccinations against these viruses are important for everyone, especially those at a higher risk of developing serious complications, including older Americans and those with certain medical conditions.
So don't wait, vaccinate. For more information, visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM today. Stay safe and roll tide.
Don't let a bulky glass bottle hold you back from celebrating the Crimson Tide's roll toward another championship season. For the first time ever, the Go Anywhere, Do Anything premium wine, Copa di Vino, and new proud sponsor of Alabama Athletics, is available at Bryant-Denny Stadium as well as a retailer near you. Copa is the unbreakable single cup of wine, and its spill-resistant resealable top is perfect for your watch party, tailgate, backyard barbecue, or away game road trips, no matter how wild. With 7 different wines to choose from, there's a Copa di Vino just for you and all of your rowdy friends.
Domino's delivers game days across Tuscaloosa and the surrounding area. Locally owned and operated in Tuscaloosa for over 30 years, the team at Domino's is proud to be a supporter of Alabama football and athletics across the capstone. Domino's would like to thank our customers for supporting our local business for over 30 years. Make Domino's your choice on game days year-round and enter our weekly Drive for Dough contest this football season. Domino's is proud to deliver your Alabama Crimson Tide game days anytime. Visit RollDomino's.com. Thanks from Domino's and Roll Tide.
At the Crimson Tide Sports Network, when we have short-term or long-term storage needs, we always call on the storage unit professionals at Big Sky Self-Storage to help us out. The staff at Big Sky Self-Storage is kind, courteous, and helpful. Plus, their storage properties are clean, well-lit, and easy to get to, like their drive-up units at 3208 Rice Mine Road Northeast in Tuscaloosa. For fast, dependable, and affordable storage, call on the experts at Big Sky Self-Storage, proud partner of the Crimson Tide.
At the risk of a massive understatement, we make a pretty big deal out of championships around here. And with lasting and permanent recognition everywhere you look, we obviously never forget. A leisurely stroll through the picturesque University of Alabama campus could easily include streets named for Wallace Wade, Frank Thomas, and Gene Stallings. Championship coaches all. And it'd be downright difficult to avoid Paul Bryant Drive, which of course runs right past Bryant-Denny Stadium. And as the sun rises each morning, casting light through Tuscaloosa's majestic Druid Oaks, the largest shadows, at least figuratively, are those cast by those same men, whose crimson accomplishments are forever commemorated in granite and stone along the Walk of Champions. And it's the most recent addition to that display of championship lineage that we celebrate tonight, as under the lights at Bryant-Denny Stadium, we recognize perhaps the greatest coach of them all with a dedication of Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium.
I want everybody here to know, this is not the end. This is the beginning.
Good call, Coach. Much like that onside kick against Clemson. It's a fitting tribute for the man who lifted 6 national championship trophies in Tuscaloosa. Fitting, too, would be for this Bama football team to make sure that tonight's game is not the story of this day. For it was only a year ago that tonight's opponent, the South Florida Bulls, threatened to become the story of the football year, as Bama survived its visit to Tampa 17-3.
The Crimson Tide survives.
Here's hoping that tonight is about celebration and perhaps a bit of redemption. Bama and South Florida from Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium next.
Here we go. It's time for Alabama Crimson Tide football on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Here we go! Crimson Tide football is brought to you by Coke Zero Sugar. Tackle game day with a great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Try and decide. Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Allstate, you're in good hands. Bud Light, proud sponsor of Alabama Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Chick-fil-A. Order online with the Chick-fil-A app to cater your next tailgate party. Barkley GMC. Barkley Buick GMC, where Barkley makes it easy. Guthries, the original chicken finger restaurant, and now an official partner of the Crimson Tide. Ford. Visit your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide. Hellman's, the official mayonnaise of Alabama athletics. And by Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealership today. Toyota, let's go places. Let's go! Now, here's the voice of the Crimson Tide, Chris Stewart.
Welcome, everybody. Glad to have you with us at Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium as the crowd has risen as one for the playing of our national anthem.
And joined the Army in 2010, Drill Sergeant Julian Welch, who hails from Augusta, Georgia, and joined the Army in 2016, and Drill Sergeant Deandrick Williams, who hails from St. Petersburg, Florida, who joined the Army in 2016. These drill sergeants are responsible for coaching, counseling, and mentoring civilian volunteers on their journey to becoming combat-ready air traffic control and flight operations soldiers in the U.S. Army. Please join Alabama Athletics in thanking Sergeants Soule, Pennington, Welch, and Williams for their service to our country. Please remain standing as the colors are presented by the Army ROTC. Our flyover will be presented by Apache, Chinook, and Black Hawk helicopters from the U.S. Army Aviation Center of Excellence at Fort Novosel, Alabama. It is with great pleasure that we welcome back to the podium former $1 Million band director Catherine Scott, whose extraordinary tenure here at the university spanned 27 years. Please remove your hats and join in singing as the $1 Million Band proudly presents our national anthem.
While we've got a moment, why don't we pause 10 seconds? Actually, we're going to pause 10 more seconds and enjoy the flyover. The Apache helicopters making their presence known. Quite a majestic sight. And sound as well. Let's pause 10 seconds so our local stations can identify themselves to you. Welcome to the Crimson Tide Sports Network. That's right. Along with Tyler Watt, Roger Hoover, Damian Square, and the rest of our Crimson Tide Sports Network crew, I'm Chris Stewart. Glad to have you with us for our coverage of fourth-ranked Alabama and the South Florida Bulls, two teams that are 1-0 after the initial week of the college football season. Meeting here in week number 2, a much better weather evening than what we experienced last week about this time, although we didn't have to see the team play in rain we did indeed get a chance to experience some, unfortunately, about 3 hours out. And it did make for the best of weather. But, man, while we've got some clouds, the sun is making its way through as it is not too far away from setting here in West Alabama, and really expected to have a fantastic night temperature-wise. At the moment, 82 degrees expected as we move through the night. By the time we get to the fourth quarter of this one, could be below 70. No chance of rain, and we are very pleased to tell you that. And our weather in field conditions, and by the way, Nick Saban Field looks fantastic right now. Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium, the home of the Crimson Tide, and the weather and field conditions presented by Alpha Insurance, auto, home, life, business. Alpha Insurance covers it all. AlphaInsurance.com. Almost ready. Almost ready to see the Tide take the field, and the captain's ceremony for today as Damian Square is joined by our Barkley GMC kickoff captain, Azaria's a 7-year-old and loves Alabama football. She especially loves that the team starts its name with the letter A, just like she does. And we'd also like to welcome Azaria to Bryant-Denny Stadium, Nick Saban Field, and thank Barkley GMC for their support of the Crimson Tide and Make-A-Wish, Alabama. The captains will be out momentarily. And I believe we got another score update as there are a few games wrapping up as we speak.
Yeah, quick look at the Alabama Power scoreboard final from Jordan-Hare Stadium. The California Golden Bears 21, the Auburn Tigers 14.
And Kalen DeBoer has brought his Alabama Crimson Tide out of the tunnel and just about set to take the field. And we'll let you enjoy it with the crowd.
Zone, the Alabama Crimson Tide. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Alabama football.
Public address announcer Tony Giles with the introduction in the house. And Coach DeBoer brings his squad out to the field. Our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter, Damian Square, down on the field. Our sideline reports brought to you by Cooks Pest Control, the South's most trusted name in pest control and proud sponsor of Alabama football. Damian,
yes,
it is yours, my man.
I'm walking out on the field with Azaria right now. We're about to do the coin toss, standing on the side of Mill Ticket Mill Road, right before his big day. Roll Tide.
Good job, Azaria.
All right, we're about to do the coin toss now.
Ken Williamson, our referee, and we'll hear from him. Should have stuck with you, David. We heard you better than we did Mr. Williamson. Thank you so very much. So the Tide is going to defer and a chance to put that defense out there, which at the moment still hasn't given up any points, Tyler Watts, during this 2024 season.
Yeah, not a bad start to the year, and everyone was concerned about how the defense would perform, going to more of a zone concept, but it looked absolutely outstanding last week. Prevented all explosive plays, got a couple of turnovers, need to continue to do that here tonight.
We'll be hearing from Damian throughout the course of our ball game and looking forward to seeing the Tide get things going here on, again, a wonderful night in Tuscaloosa for Alabama football. Kickoff for today's game presented by Coke Zero Sugar. Tackle game day with a great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? We'll try and decide. Saw a glimpse of Damian on the video board as great moments in Bama's recent past are played on the huge video boards in each corner of the stadium. And the Tide has already taken the field. Set to kick things off with the usual Connor Talty, the redshirt freshman from Chicago.
Number 3 is wearing number 10.
Kelly Joyner Jr. and Teron Keith are the deep men for USF. As we're waiting on the word from television that we're good to go. And our red hat has gotten off the field, and we are indeed ready to get things underway. Talty checks to make sure everybody in Crimson's ready. To his left and his right, approaches the football, and we are underway as this one is short and fielded at the 8-yard line by Joyner. Joyner across the 20, and he's going to fight forward to the 25-yard line. No more than that. They may spot him actually at the 24, but while he did return it, he got no more than he would have had he called simply for the fair catch. But here come the Bulls to the field. Their offense led by quarterback Byram Brown, the junior from Raleigh, North Carolina. 13 of 20 last week for 152 yards and limited work due to their 48-3 victory over Bethune-Cookman. Single setback to his left is Naquan Wright. 2 wideouts right, 2 left. Quick look right side. Catch is made for a first down and more as a 5-yard catch from Sean Atkins turned into a 13-yard gain.
South Florida right back at the line of scrimmage. They want no time in a huddle.
They'll get to the line. They will go play action. In fact, they will hand it off. Good fake on the part of Brown, and the give up the middle for Wright. Nets them a couple of yards. Jihad Campbell, the middle linebacker for the Crimson Tide, the Mike linebacker, makes the stop. Again, rapidly to the line after a 2-yard gain. Quarterback keep up the middle, and he's going nowhere. Brought down quickly on a nice hit on the part of Tim Keenan III, the junior out of Birmingham's Ramsey High School, recording a 2-yard loss on that play, so it'll be 3rd and 10.
And Tim was able to shed his block at the line of scrimmage, and then able to get into the backfield, not concerned about his zone scheme of trying to clog up 2 holes.
3 wideouts left, 1 right. Brown again to the right, or the quarterback with a man to his right. Flushed out of the pocket, will roll left. Squares the shoulders, pump fake, tucks it, tries to run, gets shoved out of bounds, and a nice play by Jihad Campbell. Man, if he doesn't get the hands on him right there, that's going to be a first down. Instead, it's going to be out of bounds, about a yard shy, I believe.
Holding on the defense, number 1. 10-yard penalty from into the run. Automatic first down.
Wow. They call defensive holding on the Crimson Tide. Damani Jackson, the corner, called on that penalty. So it is a first down. The Atix first down, the first of the ball game. We do that for us. My bad. I was right. It was the first down, but it was the second of the game, and it's the wrong team. It's somebody else's. We're not sponsoring that. It's a quarterback draw again, up to the, or down to the 41-yard line. Tim Keenan III again making the stop for the Crimson Tide. 2nd down and 8. Bulls will run it up the gut, and there is good running room. Spinning free from a man and getting inside the 30 before he gets wrapped up again is Wright. He's a transfer from Florida, graduate student, Opelika, Florida native. Play action to him this time. Looking, firing. Brown, catch is made, and then the ball was dropped. They say it's an incomplete pass. Sean Atkins made the grab initially, but then had it stripped away late. It's an incompletion, and possession will stay with South Florida, but it's going to be 2nd down and long upcoming.
And Damani Jackson just kept fighting all the way to the end of the play, and that's what jarred the ball loose.
2nd and 10, of course, with 1 wide left, 2 wide right. H-back to the right side, goes in motion to the left. Handoff up the middle, a gain of a couple, maybe 3 yards, but it's going to be 3rd and 7 upcoming after Wright had the carry. Deontay Lawson, the linebacker, steps in to make the hit. Now with 2 wide right, 1 left. They'll go with a quick snap again. Quarterback keep left side, breaks 1 tackle, breaks another, gets inside the 15, down to the 11-yard line. And Byron Brown, who rushed for 74 yards and a score last week, gets wrapped up finally by Keon Sabb, but not until they move the chains deep in the Bama red zone to the Crimson Tide 11. Brown directing traffic, moves his running back to his left. He will hand it to him, and there's not much running room. He got to the line of scrimmage and no more, did Wright. The super senior, who's on the Doak Walker watch list coming into the season. Spent 3 years at the University of Florida before making his way to USF. Now on 2nd and 11, they'll call it after a half-yard loss. Line of scrimmage, close to the 12. Brown from the pistol. Looking, wants to throw, slant, caught, or was it? It was incomplete. It was behind the intended receiver. Michael Brown-Stevens, another 5th-year grad transfer, this one from Minnesota, but it'll be 3rd down and right at 10 still to go, just north of that, as the line of scrimmage is at the 12. The Bulls are 1 of 2 early on this initial drive. On 3rd down attempts, let's see what they do here. 3 wideouts right, 2 left, an empty backfield for the quarterback operating out of the shotgun. Brown walking up to the line of scrimmage, tells Wright, join me back here. Play clock down to 3. It's at 2. It's at 1. They just get the snap off in time, or do they? Flags came in. I believe it's going to be a procedure penalty against USF that'll set up 3rd about 16.
Yeah, those offensive linemen saw that play clock winding down as well and got a little leaning backwards.
False start. Offense number 65. 5-yard penalty. It remains 3rd down.
That's the center, Mike Lofton, a UCF transfer. And they will back it up to the 16.
And in previous 2 plays, we have played man across the board with no safety, applying and forcing South Florida to throw the ball. Now with a little more cushion, does Alabama still put a single high safety, or do they apply pressure?
3 wideouts right, kind of bunched together in the formation. 1 left. Looking to throw. Brown getting the snap. That is going to be knocked away. Oh, it was almost picked by Jahad Campbell, the junior from Ariel, New Jersey. Almost intercepted it as he stepped in the passing lane. Did get a hand on it, and it'll force the Bulls to try a field goal. John Cannon, the senior from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, will come on and attempt what will be a 34-yard field goal from the snap of Garrett Cates. Ryan Bolduck is the holder. Cannon, 2 for 2 last week on field goal tries. Snap, spot, and kick, all completed. And for the first time this year, Alabama gives up points, and subsequently, they trail as well. 3-0 USF with 11:26 remaining in the opening quarter of play. We're back after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard. Until the other team scores. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus, copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hello, Tide fans. This is Chris Stewart for Conecuh Sausage. Conecuh's an Alabama fan favorite we all know and love. It's made from the finest cuts of pork, their patented blend of seasonings, and smoked over a pure hickory fire for that true hickory smoked southern flavor. Conecuh Sausage is always great on the grill and perfect for tailgating. Pick up a pack and enjoy your family's favorite recipes at any meal of the day. Conecuh Sausage, a game day tradition, and the official smoked sausage of the Crimson Tide.
When the game is on the line, you want someone you can count on. At Alabama Power, we believe in consistency and having each other's back. It's our game plan to safely deliver the electricity you depend on. We give 100% to achieve 99.9% reliability. Learn how we power a better Alabama at alabamapower.com/reliable. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Alabama trailing South Florida 3-0 with still 11:26 left to go in the first quarter. Coming to you live from inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Feel good about your money with Alabama Credit Union. Crimson Tide and the Bulls week 2 of the season. Tonight's game brought to you by Medical Properties Trust. Medical Properties Trust helps hospital operators around the world unlock the value of real estate to invest in people, technology, and achieve long-term growth. Medical Properties Trust at the very heart of healthcare. A moment ago, the Crimson Tide at least getting that third down stop against USF, preventing the Bulls from scoring a touchdown. So that big-time stop by Bama, presented by Truckworks, the official commercial truck dealer of the Crimson Tide with 17 locations throughout Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle. And as we go down to our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter Damian Square. Yes, Damian, the pass breakup by Jahad Campbell, but how about the pressure we saw on the quarterback Byron Brown by LT Overton?
Oh, that was great, man. You got to get pressure on this guy. You know, they came out in the NASCAR offense, which is hurry up and get on the ball to try to catch Alabama off guard. But Alabama just had to find a call that they could live in throughout their drive. They found a way to get a penalty late in the drive, which helped us keep these guys to 3 points on the board. Roll Tide.
And when that pressure as a quarterback comes in your face, it not only obviously alters your throw a little bit, but you think about it. South Florida picks up that 5 or 6 yard gain. How does that affect their decision making on 4th down? They're inside the 5 yard line.
Nico Gramatica is the freshman kickoff specialist. He is indeed the son of Martin Gramatica, who kicked for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. His uncle Bill kicked in the NFL with Arizona as well. So a long line of kickers from the Gramatica family. The freshman, 5'8", 165 out of Cambridge Christian, boots this one toward the end zone. It will be fielded at the goal line, and a fair catch called for and made by Kendrick Law, the junior out of Shreveport, Louisiana. So Alabama will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. First time we've seen the offense take the field. And one of the things Kalen DeBoer did say, Tyler, is he wanted to see the offense score points on that initial drive. It didn't happen a week ago.
Yeah, went 3 and out on last week on their initial possession. Oh, don't tell me we're having more.
Not headset issues.
Not headset issues, good.
We got something down to the end zone, though. Football got loose. There we go. It was not the one that's being used at the moment.
So find a way to be successful, especially on the first plane. Do not allow South Florida to get exotic with their pressure packages on a 2nd and long situation.
Justice Haynes, the single setback behind and now to the left of Jalen Milroe. Quick toss going to Haynes, trying to get to the edge. Didn't have numbers out there, and it'll be no gain, maybe even a loss on the play for Haynes. Jamie Petway, the linebacker, one of 2 that they go with, was leading the charge.
Alabama hurrying back to the line of scrimmage as well.
One wide out, wide right, everybody else bunched left. Little bubble screen left side as the catch is made, and then getting out of bounds after the grab was Jeremy Bernard. They didn't get him very involved early in the offense a week ago. Obviously, spotlighting him a little bit early in this one.
It's important for all these receivers to have their hands on the ball early in this ball game to get into the flow of things. But now Alabama faced with a 3rd and 7. This is not the down and distance they want to be in.
Kendrick Law, Ryan Williams, and Bernard split wide right. Now Bernard will go left, join C.J. Dupree to that side of the formation. Again, Haynes in the backfield, getting the snap. Milroe throwing deep. He's got a man, but it's incomplete. He was trying to connect with Law, but he had pressure coming, had to unload in a hurry, and threw that one beyond his intended target. And once again, Bama does go 3 and out on its initial drive.
And the ball had to come out early. South Florida brought 6. They filled a 7th in late, who's kind of spying Jalen Milroe. So the ball had to come out. He had the one-on-one look that he wanted. The ball just sailed out of bounds.
Jason Vaughn was the man that was applying pressure that forced Milroe to unload it in a hurry. Now Sean Atkins is deep, waiting on the punt from Alabama's James Burnham.
3 punts a week ago, averaging almost 51 yards a kick. This one, another missile. High spiraling kick, fielded back at the 21, and a fair catch called for and made. And South Florida will have it 1st and 10 from their own 22-yard line, but feeling pretty good after they had a sustained drive that resulted in a field goal, and then they forced Bama into what was a nice 50-yard punt from Burnup, but a 3-and-out nonetheless gives them the ball back.
And what's going to be key for Alabama here on the defensive side is you have to win first down, and you have to limit the ability of South Florida to run the ball between the tackles. All of this offense is predicated on them spreading you out and still being able to run up the middle. Last year we were able to shut that down. Got to find a way to do it here this evening.
Brown again, the quarterback. Among his wideouts available to him will once again be Atkins. Kelly Joyner Jr. is in the backfield to his left. They'll bring a man in motion also in the backfield, but keeping it himself on the quarterback draw will be Byram Brown, and the junior will move forward and pick up about 3.5 yards on that play, close to 4 actually. Jamarian Latham got the stop. They'll hand it off this time, and nowhere to go, even though he tried to bounce it to the edge. Tim Keenan III able to wrap up Kelly Joyner Jr., and that'll bring up a 3rd down and 4 upcoming. The Bulls are 1 of 3 on 3rd down and make it a true 3rd and 5 right now, maybe even a foot more than that. Brown with Joyner to his left, operating out of the pistol. Bringing a man in motion to the right side. Now there's 3 there. Taking his time, Brown. Getting the play from the sideline as the clock is down under 5 seconds now. It's at 3. It's at 2. And they get it off just in time. Brown with pressure coming, throws deep. He's got a man down there, but he overthrows his intended target. A break for Alabama as Michael Brown-Stevens had a full step on the defensive back that time. It was who?
Red Morgan. Red Morgan
you're right,
was
exactly
inserted into the game and got beat there at the line of scrimmage. Came up on a little double move. Fortunately, though, the ball was overthrown.
And Morgan, the freshman out of Central High School in Phoenix City, was playing catch-up, and fortunate that the pass was overthrown as Andrew Stokes is on to punt. Cole Adams, deep pressure coming, but the kick is away, and a good one. Adams will field it and head out of bounds as he makes the grab at the 25-yard line. Timeout on the field, 9:07 remaining, first quarter of play. Still 3-0 USF with the lead here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey, Alabama fans! With 15 stores across Alabama and more on the way, Shoe Station is your family's one-stop shop for the footwear brands you know and love. Head into any Shoe Station store and explore our selection of over 30,000 pairs of shoes from top brands like Nike, Hey Dude, Crocs, and so much more. No matter the occasion, Shoe Station has something for everyone. So why wait? Visit Shoe Station today to find your perfect fit.
Crimson Tide football lives here. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Barkley makes it easy. Get ready to rev up your engines and feel the excitement at Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac. We've got the perfect ride to match your style and adventure. Visit us at our showroom at Skyland Boulevard and let our friendly team help you find the vehicle of your dreams. Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac, where hometown pride and unbeatable deals collide. Drive with passion with Barkley. Visit us today or check us out online at barkleygmc.com. Barkley makes it easy.
You can find all Crimson Tide Sports Network video content online on the CTSN YouTube page. It's the home of the live booth camp presented by Yea Alabama. Episodes of Crimson Drive driven by NASCAR, plus replays of Crimson Tide Rewind. Our YouTube shorts will deliver thrilling Alabama radio highlights, plus interview clips from Alabama student athletes and coaches that you can't miss. Subscribe to the Crimson Tide Sports Network on YouTube for the very latest on the Alabama Crimson Tide.
9:07 left to go in the first quarter. South Florida 3 and Alabama nothing. Crimson Tide fans are reminded to stay up to date with all recommended vaccinations. Flu season is here and COVID-19 continues to affect our community. So don't wait, vaccinate. Visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM today to learn more about how you can stay up to date on vaccinations. ADPH is proud to support the Alabama Crimson Tide. Our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter is Damian Square. Cook's Pest Control, the South's most trusted name in pest control and a proud sponsor of Alabama football. Damian, after the Bulls on their first drive, really marched all the way down the field, leading that field goal. Good response by the Crimson Tide South Florida offense.
Oh, no doubt. The D tackles, they found a way to keep the ball in between the offensive tackles. South Florida is doing a great job hiding the ball with some of the zone read concepts. But on that last series, number 96, Tim Keeney, he was able to make a tackle that kind of put him behind the chains, and then the defense finished up. You need to do that on the second drive. Hopefully the offense can come out here and get it rolling.
And I'm sure that they will. If you think about last year, Alabama was a second-half offensive football team. It seems here early in the season, although it be extremely early, that they start getting their rhythm here the second, third drive of the ball game. So hopefully they can get things going.
Tyler, when you see the other team put points on the board, obviously you want to try to answer back, but also not getting caught up in score-time situation this early in the ball game, obviously. We don't panic by any stretch.
We worry a whole lot more than those
do.
guys down there do. They understand the length of this football game and how many possessions that they're going to have. There is no panic on that side in Crimson right now.
So Alabama coming back out onto the field. The offense taking the field. And Justice Haynes once more in the backfield as going wide left. Kendrick Law, Ryan Williams, Jeremy Bernard are your wideouts, but it is Williams who is all alone to the left side of the formation at the moment. 1st and 10 Alabama from the 35-yard line now after the penalty that was announced while we were away. Pass across the middle, a wounded duck that was almost picked off, and
he got hit low. Jalen got hit low and that affected it. He's a little gimpy on that right leg right now.
Trying to kind of dance it off a little bit. Bouncing around, back around the 20 before he comes to the huddle. Well, let's see. Yeah, he's going to stay in there. He'll call the play. But that one was almost intercepted by Kawan Banks, South Carolina transfer. 2nd and 10 again from the 35. They'll throw the quick out to Williams. He'll make the catch. He'll try to get to the edge, and he will be knocked down. First time he's caught a pass where he hasn't scored. That's his 3rd reception here in the early going of the season. And slow to get up, Jeremy Bernard. He is not limping as he gets to his feet.
He was a lead blocker on that little screen pass. Not sure if he got rolled up or what, but he is needing a little help getting off the field.
Please reset the clock to 8 minutes, 47 seconds, 8:47.
Brief injury timeout brought to us by Andrews Sports Medicine and Orthopedic Center, the official sports medicine provider for the Alabama Crimson Tide football team. Jeff Allen, Ginger Gilmore, and Jeremy Giselle out there checking on him, and it's good to see him run off the field on his own.
Might have just gotten the wind knocked out of him a little.
3rd down and a bunch upcoming, though. Alabama 0 for 1 on 3rd downs, obviously, as this is their 2nd drive. A 3rd and 7 upcoming. USF showing pressure as Jam Miller is in the ball game to the right of Milroe, who's operating again from the pistol. Banks, one of 3 wideouts left. Milroe gets the snap, has time, fires deep, has a man. It's Williams down there battling for position. A flag comes in, and pass interference will be called on USF. Brent Alston, the junior corner from San Bernardino, California, was with him, or trying to be with him step for step, and the James Madison transfer grabbed
Pass interference, defense number 20. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Includes an automatic first down.
Had 20 tackles in 15 games last year for James Madison, but called for the penalty there. The 3rd already for 30 yards on USF, and it gives Alabama its first down of the game. And that one is brought to you by ATIX. I promise you that fact. We'll share more with you about ATIX In a moment, they could be your ticket connection to all Alabama games. ATIX is the ticket. Handoff going to Miller, and Jam will work his way for a pickup of about 5. Gets to the 42 of USF as the Tide is in South Florida territory.
And the best way to attack an attacking defense is to attack them, is to get after them. You see the option used so much against good pass rushing defenses. Here, Alabama just running between the tackles. Let's take all guesswork out. Let's get a hat on a hat and try to create a scene.
Tavin Ward lost his hat briefly, and so he had to leave the field for a play, and Jalen Stokes comes in to replace him at strong safety. So Alabama with it, 2nd down and right at 5 yards to go, operating from the Bulls' 42-yard line. Play action, Milroe fires, catch made, and to the 37-yard line, Caleb Odom with the Carrollton, Georgia freshman at 6'5", 227, a good-sized target. Anything on an injury standpoint for us, Damian?
Yeah, we had a guy down, number 5 receiver. He just had, I think it's Bernard, just got the wind knocked out of him over.
Yeah, good sign. He's already, or just came back out onto the field as you were telling us that, Damian. Thank you for that Cooks Pest Control sideline report. 1st and 10, Bama, after the bank first down is made. 5 on the play clock. Now it's down to 3 as Milroe will hand it off, and Jam will work his way left, gets to the 34. A gain of a couple on that play before he's wrapped up. Clock moving near the 7-minute mark. In fact, it hits it right now. Still moving here in the opening quarter of play. A 3-0 lead for USF. Alabama on its 2nd offensive series, trying to answer and hopefully take the lead. A little reverse to Bernard going left side. He gets to the edge, 30, 25, cuts it up, stays on his feet and squirts forward to the 21-yard line. Good effort on the part of Jeremy Bernard, getting another bank first down on that 11-yard pickup on the reverse.
Boy, good to see him back in the ball game and then able to get into open field. And what was really nice was after contact was made right at the 1st down marker, was able to split the defenders and power his way through for an extra 2 yards.
So from the 21 of USF, Alabama brings Haynes back into the game. He'll be behind at the moment Milroe, who operates from the pistol. Now he goes to his right, does justice. 2 wide outs each side, 2 tight end look as well. Handoff going to Haynes, left side, 15, 10, 5, touchdown Alabama, but flags are coming in. We'll see if this one is going to come back. USF responding as if that's the case. If so, that will be awfully costly.
Holding offense number 56. 10-yard penalty from the foul. Repeat 1st down.
If I heard correctly, it said 76, but I don't think.
I thought he said 56.
56. In that case, it is Gino Vandermark. That makes more sense. Thank you. Michigan State transfer.
Yeah, he was able to get to the 2nd level and just wasn't able to move his feet.
So the loss of 10 yards on the play. 2nd and 20 upcoming for the Crimson Tide. Operating from around the 27 of the Bulls. 2 wides right, 1 left. Looking, Milroe across the middle. Catch is made, and that is going to be a 1st down inside the 10. Jeremy Bernard making the grab. Boy, he has been spotlighted early, and he is delivering well. The Washington transfer.
And great protection. They brought a field pressure, and Alabama's offensive line was able to pick it up.
Here is the quarterback keep. The option resulting in very little gain, if any, for Milroe as he got stacked up. Jason Vaughn from Miami, Florida, making the stop for USF. They'll spot him back at the 10. It'll be 2nd and goal from right there. Loss of a yard on the play. USF making adjustments as the Tide is now deep inside that Chick-fil-A red zone after the 1st down grab and a 2nd down pickup, or 2nd down right here for the Tide. 2nd and goal from the 10. Quarterback keep right side. Milroe cuts it back now, cuts to the edge. He's at the 5. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, Alabama. Jalen Milroe stopped and started twice. The 10-yard carry finds pay dirt, and Alabama takes a 6-3 lead.
Boy, interesting formation there, Alabama. They had a bunch look tight to the right side where you're tied in and 2 wide receivers, and then Justice Haynes was all the way out on the perimeter, and all 4 of those guys were able to maintain and sustain their blocks as Jalen Milroe picked his way through this South Florida defense.
A design quarterback keep from the start as Graham Nicholson is on to try the extra point. 7 of 7 in PATs last week. This one is up. This one is good, and the Crimson Tide makes it a 7-0 lead, 5:08 remaining in the opening quarter of play. We're back to Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium in just a moment, right here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
At Red Diamond, we know that there's simply nothing better than the perfect sip of fresh brewed iced tea. And we've been working hard to make sure choosing Red Diamond is always easy, with only simple ingredients: water, tea leaves, and pure cane sugar, or no sugar. We make sure our tea tastes like, well, tea. Stop by your local cooler and pick up a gallon for a perfect sip today. Red Diamond. Perfect's not easy.
Your moment has arrived. It's time to shed the normal day-to-day version of yourself and let your most fabulous self loose. Make your way to Wind Creek Atmore, because whatever your idea of fabulous is, this is where you'll find it. Wind Creek Atmore. It's your kind of fabulous. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Stop what you're doing, because right now, Kohl's is giving away millions in instant Kohl's Cash in stores for free. You heard that right. This weekend is their Kohl's Cash Ultimate Giveaway. Plus, get 3 days of deals in store and online. Yep, you definitely don't want to miss this. So hurry to Kohl's today, before it's too late. Kohl's Cash Giveaway valid in-store only. Redeemable only that day. Some exclusions apply while supplies last. Ends September 8th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
5:08 left to go in the first quarter. Alabama with the advantage, 7-3 against South Florida. Now for the Brombergs River Diamonds scoring drive, 10 plays, 65 yards, took 3 minutes, 59 seconds off the clock as the Crimson Tide score on that 10-yard touchdown run by Jalen Milroe. So the Crimson Tide just scored from the Chick-fil-A Red Zone. Make sure you download the Chick-fil-A app to claim your free Chick-fil-A special offer by midnight tonight. The offer is redeemable at participating Alabama Chick-fil-A restaurants next week, Monday through Friday. Tyler Watts, we see a 10-play drive for the Crimson Tide. Offensive line looks a little bit different tonight. What did you see on that last drive?
Well, the biggest thing was we saw a sustained drive, first and foremost, in an Alabama offense that was able to overcome a couple of short gains on first and second down, but still be able to move the chains on some explosive plays. We saw the deep threat that got called for the pass interference that kind of set this offense up, but a lot of 12 personnel, stacking things in there, pulling guys around, getting helmets on helmets, creating some seams for these running backs, and then inside the red zone, the X factor is always Jalen Milroe, that 11th guy on the offensive side that you are truly utilizing, getting him an open field. That's a heck of a drive there by Alabama in response.
Coach Kalen DeBoer over on his Alabama sideline went talk things over with his offensive line coach Chris Kapilovic. Bama able to open up some holes there and get some big plays. They had a touchdown taken off the board. They put it back on the board a few plays later with a quarterback keep and a beautifully designed and executed play. Connor Talty on to kick for Alabama. Kelly Joyner Jr. and Teron Keith are the deep men. As Bama enjoys a 7-0 lead here at Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium, the first game officially with that designation. Talty set to kick it off and does this time. As was the case last week, a short kick is followed by one that carries into the end zone for a fair catch by Joyner. And so the Bulls will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. Byron Brown, the quarterback, only 1 of 5 passing for 12 yards, but he does have 5 carries for 28, a long rush of 14. He is equally dangerous, maybe even more so with his legs. Naquan Wright in the backfield with him. Play action.
Brown floating one down the field left side. He's got a man, but it's beyond his intended receiver on the play, Jaquan Smith. Smith, the sophomore out of San Bernardino, California, not able to catch up to that one. That's twice now he's had receivers open deep, but has not been able to connect.
Well, it wasn't by much, though. Xavier Brown was in trail coverage and did a nice job going to it again.
Same play, same man, same result. An open receiver, an incomplete pass. Michael Brown-Stevens this time, the one who was trying to catch up to it but could not get there.
And now Xavier Brown has to come off. And as you mentioned, why not go right after the same defensive back, make him run 100 yards on 2 consecutive plays?
Now on 3rd and long, they will look to throw again. Brown dumping it off, catches made underneath and fighting forward and getting the first down mark, I believe, is Naquan Wright. Let's see where they spot that. It's going to be very close. They spot him at the 34. And right now, initially, it's 4th and a foot. And decision time for Alex Golesh. His team is already at the line of scrimmage.
This is where they ran a lot of quarterback powers last year on these 4th down opportunities.
See what they go with here. Wide out split each side. Trying to draw Bama off. He walks back to the line of scrimmage. The play clock under 10. Getting everybody bunched. 4, 3, 2, 1. And they don't get it off in time, do they? No, they don't. Maybe a timeout before the flag came in. Apparently it was.
First timeout of the half. This will be a 30-second timeout.
So a short timeout, which I'm guessing the USF players are happy about because their coaches were not at all happy. They were giving them an earful, but now they want to get after the officials a little bit too.
Well, I think they were fired up and trying to motivate their players as well. I don't think there's any doubt South Florida's going to go for this. You're either going to see some sort of give up the middle, probably a read option just in case Alabama gets out of position on the back end. They love to have that in the back pocket on short yardage situations.
Two sides huddled around their coaches toward the sideline, but both are still out on the field. This is supposed to be a 30-second timeout, but it's more than that, as the officials, or our lead official anyway, Ken Williamson, talking things over with South Florida's head coach. And Alex Golesh, 8-6 in 2 seasons, or what is now his 2nd season. And conversations are breaking up, and Alabama's defense is indeed coming out, expecting USF to go for it. I wouldn't be surprised if they break the huddle from the sideline and sprint right to the line of scrimmage. And I mean rapidly. Not exactly, but they're going to go with punt formation now. And so Alabama will send a man deep in Jalen Mbakwe. He goes from DB to return man. We saw him return a couple last week, or as the return man. Here is the snap, and the punt is away, and it's a beautiful booming kick. And Mbakwe going back inside his 15. A fair catch called for and made. And boy, that's a nice grab of that one. We got a flag coming in. It's on the far side of the field near the Bama sideline. 52-yard punt.
Yeah, that's normally not a flag. That's going to be beneficial for Alabama.
Legal substitution. There were 11 players on the field to play when the ball is legally snapped.
Boy, Mbakwe went up, and instead of fielding it as though he was cradling the ball, he kind of caught it with both hands above his face mask and almost dropped it. Very fortunate there.
So the possession will belong to Alabama. Tide operating from its own 14-yard line with Jam Miller to the right now of Jalen Milroe. Jalen with 2 wideouts left, looks that direction, now tucks it and runs himself, trying to get to the edge, trying to break a tackle, but got tripped up and will only get about 4, maybe 5 yards. As a nice stop was made by Jason Vaughn. They call him the B-backer, but he's lined up at really the left side defensive end.
Yeah, I think Alabama wanted to go with a quick hitter to Ryan Williams, but he kind of went in and blocked instead of being the receiver.
2nd and 7 for Bama now. Line of scrimmage just across their 16-yard line to the 17. Milroe calling for the snap, gets it, but flags come in. And Bama's going to be called for illegal procedure.
False start. Offense number 52. 5-yard penalty. It remains 2nd down.
Whistling that one on Tyler Booker, who's out there at left tackle for the first time, Tyler.
Yeah, and he was going to pull hard. But you think about that left tackle position, that's one position removed, obviously, from being able to see the ball. And it's kind of tough to have responsibility to the outside as well as anticipate when the snap is going to occur.
So 2nd down and 11 after the 5-yard step off. 2 wideouts left, 2 right for Alabama. It's actually the tight end in the slot, C.J. Dupree. Snap goes to Milroe, looking deep down the right sideline, and that's going to be incomplete. Official had his hand towards the back pocket, but did not throw the flag as Bernard was being hand-checked on the play by Deshaun Rucker, the corner out of Tallahassee. He's a transfer from the University of Tennessee. But they said both sides were equally going at each other, so no flag came in. Alabama 0 for 1 on 3rd downs so far. 3rd and 11 is what we have here, again from the 13-yard line. Milroe getting the shotgun snap. Pressure coming. Makes one man miss. Stretches to his left. Squares the shoulders. Throws incomplete. He was trying to connect with Dupree. If the grab had been made, it would have been a first down, but the throw was way too high.
Yeah, so,
and Bama will have to put it away.
Just sailed on him. And they brought one more, did a little twist inside, able to bring a linebacker free. Jalen Milroe was able to make him miss. But as you mentioned, ball sails on him. Alabama's going to be forced to punt.
Burnham will punt from his own end zone. Sean Atkins standing at the USF 41 waiting on the kick. The first one covered 50 yards. This one's a mile high. It is going to be fair caught around the 37-yard line. Boy, Burnham, a fantastic weapon for Alabama. Another 50-yard kick, and as impressive and as important, Tyler, the hang time that was on that one.
No chance for a return whatsoever because of how much he elevates that punt.
7-3 Bama. 2:41 to go in quarter number 1. Glad you're with us here at Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa, where former head coach Nick Saban recognized before the game at a ceremony, and there will be one at halftime taking place as well, commemorating the name change for this beautiful facility. Teron Keefe in the backfield. Beside the quarterback, Byron Brown. And there will be very little running room to the right side as Keon Sabb, the free safety, stepped in and made the hit along with Justin Jefferson, one of the Mike linebackers. Once again, they hurry to the line of scrimmage. Quarterback Keith Brown running left side, pushing a blocker in the way, breaks a tackle, gets towards the edge, and gets knocked out of bounds. And if there's not a late hit right there, we're going to be a little bit fortunate. Justin Jefferson didn't hit him too rudely, but did touch him after he was out of bounds. Peyton Singletary, I would say, gave a block there, but he really got shoved by the runner. That was the quarterback, Byron Brown. 3 wideouts right after the 1st and 10. Now they'll throw across the middle. Catch is made. Hit is made as well by Sabb on Brown, who will not have much running room. Sean Atkins, excuse me, the man who made the grab. And another movement of the sticks. 1st and 10 once more. Back-to-back first down plays. As looking is the quarterback, and now he's looking at the turf. Q Robinson brings him to the deck as Brown was knocked down for what is the first sack of the game That's the first sack of the game, second of the year for the Crimson Tide. It's brought to you by Guthrie's Golden Fried Chicken Fingers, an Alabama tailgate tradition, and now an official partner of the Crimson Tide. Go get a sack full at Guthrie's. Again, the second sack of the year. First of the ball game. Play action. Actually, it was a handoff, but there's no running room on second and long, and it'll bring up third and about 14 upcoming for USF.
Boy, it's been awfully impressive with just 3 men how this defensive front has not allowed any push by the USF offensive line.
Third and 16, excuse me. Upcoming for the Bulls. Clock under a minute to go here in the opening quarter of play. USF trailing the Tide 7-3. Bama with lead. Bulls with a football. Brown looking, firing quick slant to Atkins. He's going to be spun around. He's going to be brought down at the 40-yard line. He'll be well shy of the first down. They give him forward progress to the 39, but it's still going to be about 4 yards shy of the first down mark. Justin Jefferson, the senior, was there among the first ones to make the hit.
You know, in pre-games, their place kicker was kicking from about 50. This is outside of that.
And with that being the case, it looks like they're going to punt, play field position right here. Trust their defense. Is on to punt again will be Andrew Stokes. Back inside the 10-yard line is Bama's return man Cole Adams. High wobbly kick, trying to angle it towards the corner of the field of play. Did he do so? Where are they going to spot it out? It's a touchback. Boy, it hit right by the sideline, bounced towards the pylon and over the head of the man who was there for USF trying to keep it in play. But instead, it goes through the end zone. And that's a break for Alabama. Instead of inside the 5, they'll get it out at the 20-yard line.
Yeah, that's huge right there, especially with the difficulty Alabama's had running the ball between the tackles. Being backed up inside the 1 would have been a challenge.
So with Jam Miller in the backfield, I believe to the left of Jalen Milroe should be the final play of the quarter. 11 seconds to go. Handoff will go actually to Haynes, and Justice will work his way forward for a gain of about 4 as the final seconds tick away on the opening quarter of play. We played 15 minutes. We got a good one in Tuscaloosa. Defensive struggle between the Bulls of USF, the Tide of Alabama. It's a 7-3 score at Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Good guys on top here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Chevron with Techron has unbeatable engine cleaning power, and it gives you unbeatable mileage for all kinds of unbeatable destinations, like time in the sun at the beach, or time in the sun riding roller coasters, or a day in the sun hiking mountains. Well, probably just one mountain would be enough for a day, but hiking a mountain is still an unbeatable choice for how to spend time. Download the Chevron app now to get unbeatable mileage at locations near you.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Alabama Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Every Alabama tailgate has food, but when you bring Hellman's to your tailgate, the buffalo chicken dip makes the Crimson Tide drool. That pimento cheese dip isn't just tasty, it's legendary. And the burgers? Those are the tailgate MVPs. With a squeeze of creamy, delicious Hellman's, every bite is a taste touchdown. Hellman's, official mayonnaise of Alabama Athletics.
And this is your Alabama Power Scoreboard Update. I'm Brian Houseworth, live at Learfield. Number 9, Missouri, leading Buffalo 10-0 second quarter right now. Number 18, LSU, leading Nichols 7-0 first quarter. Cal picking off Auburn 4 times today. Golden Bears beat Auburn 21-14. Upset of the day, maybe of the year. Number 5, Notre Dame going down to Northern Illinois 16-14. I'm Brian Houseworth. Back to Saban Field. Take it away, Roger.
Thank you so much, Brian. The first quarter recap presented by Knox Pest Control. With over 80 years of experience, Knox Pest Control has been serving the communities of Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and North Florida, offering pest control, wildlife control, and lawn care. Call 877-KNOX-PEST or visit knoxpest.com. Knox knocks them out. South Florida took the initial lead 3-0 on a John Cannon 34-yard field goal with 11:26 left to go in the first. And then with just over 5 minutes left to go in the quarter, Jalen Milroe put the Crimson Tide in front with a 10-yard rushing touchdown to make it our current score, Alabama 7 and South Florida 3. We continue live inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth where you can feel good about your money. And again, the Crimson Tide and the Bulls, week 2 of the season. Tonight's game brought to you by Medical Properties Trust. Medical Properties Trust helps hospital operators around the world unlock the value of real estate to invest in people, technology, and achieve long-term growth. Medical Properties Trust at the very heart of healthcare. Before we continue, let's pause 10 seconds for station ID. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network.
7-3 our score as we begin quarter number 2 here at Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Operating from their own 23-yard line is the Crimson Tide. 2 wideouts each side of the formation. Jalen Milroe with a single setback to his left. Quarterback Keith gets the snap, goes forward, but a flag's going to bring it back as he got across the 25 near the 26, but I think they're going to get Gino Vandermark for the hold.
Holding offense, number 56. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot.
Butch Owens spotting that one properly as he almost always does, but Vandermark flagged for the second time, and that is 4 total penalties on the Tide for 45 yards. Vandermark in the transfer for Michigan State, a 4th-year junior out of New Jersey. So back the Tide up to the 13-yard line. Kendrick Law, Ryan Williams, Jeremy Bernard all split wide right, with Haynes, the running back, to the left of Milroe. Gets the snap, looking, stepping up, firing a pass across the middle, caught by Bernard. He will move the sticks as he's down at the 36-yard line. Boy, if he hits him in stride, though, Tyler, well, that's going to be an even bigger game.
But he had to throttle it down. He had Kwan Jones, the safety, over the top. He just kept backpedaling. So Bernard actually does a really nice job of slowing down to create more space. 23-yard pickup. Now they'll look deep left side for Bernard, but overshoots the intended target. He was down around the 40-yard line. Deshaun Rucker with him step for step. And it'll be 2nd and 10. A couple of these passes down the sideline from Jalen Milroe. He normally does such a good job of putting some arc and touch on that ball. Right now, it's kind of coming out flat. There's not a lot of room for error, nor for the receivers to be able to adjust to it.
Work Damian Square in here in just a moment. Want to get Damian's thoughts on what he's seeing defensively from USF as the Tide will operate on 2nd and 10 from their own 35. Milroe gets the low snaps, rolls to his right. Flag comes in as he fires downfield. Catch is made. Bernard, he's hit a little bit late. It will be a hold again on Alabama, Damian, and boy.
Holding offense number 55. 10-yard penalty to the previous spot. 2 second down.
Damian, the Tide's hurting themselves with some of these penalties, but it's also to USF's credit that they're putting a lot of pressure on.
Yeah, they are, man. They got a defensive line that's pretty active. They got some decent size up front. Of course, you got some people out of place on the Alabama line. And even if you're not out of place, you're playing on the side of a guy that you're not used to playing against. So the communication isn't there sometimes with the games and the TE stunts that they do up front. So that's why these guys are applying pressure with the 4 men up front.
Damian Square, our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter, as the Tide will have 2 wideouts right, 1 left on another 2nd down and about 20. Operating from their own 25-yard line. Milroe in the pistol formation gets the snap. Pressure coming from the edges. Hit as he throws. That's going to be incomplete. And, man, he looked like he was in some pain. And he is very slow to get up. Jalen got hit on the leg. I hope it wasn't the knee. As Kawan Banks may have been the man that hit him.
That might be a penalty.
Are they talking it over? They are.
It's a rounding. Offense number 4. There's no receiver in the area, and the quarterback is going to tackle ball.
Yeah, and he's also getting tackled. I'm sorry, that's a garbage throw. I mean, that's a garbage call right there. You got a quarterback getting sacked as he's throwing the ball. You can't call intentional grounding. Use some common sense there. Anyway, they filled in the defender, as you mentioned, awfully late. So Fromby had already committed to his block, and then they filled off of that to the outside, and Milroe did take a low shot right on the knee.
Kalen DeBoer livid right now, giving the official on that sideline an earful. But now on 3rd down and 20 upcoming for the Tide, they'll operate, or actually more than that, excuse me, back at their 17. Pressure coming again. Milroe down back at the 5-yard line as the Bulls have been battering the Bama quarterback. Jason Vaughn recording the sack for USF, and Alabama will have to punt it away from all the way back at their own 7-yard line. Their first official sack of the game, and this is not the first time, though, that we have seen James Burnip have to punt from inside his own end zone. 2 50-yard punts already. We could use another one. Asking you shall receive another missile that will be fair caught around the 44-yard line of the Bulls. A great job on the part of Burnip to kick that one away and give the defense a fighting chance, as that one was another punt with a lot of hang time on it. And the Bulls will have possession from their own 43. Two wide outs to each side. They bring a man in motion in Adkins. Looking, firing, near side, catch made. It's going to be Michael Brown-Stevens, who gets carried out of bounds literally, but not until he gets a gain of about 7, maybe even 8 yards. Justin Jefferson made the stop along with Amani Jackson. He'll get 6.5, 7 yards actually on the play. 2nd and 3. Quarterback keep. Brown. First down, more in Bama territory, and down inside the 40-yard line as the hurry-up pays off. They'll operate after a 13-yard gain from the Alabama 38-yard line. Still 7-3 Bama, but the Bulls trying to change that. Play action. Brown looking, tucking it. Fakes a pass, slides down, and will get a gain of about 3.5 on the play. Jefferson again applying the hit. Byron Brown, last week, 8 carries, 74 yards. He's been sacked a couple of times in this one, but he still rushed for 41 thanks to a 20-yard long carry. Quarterback keep again. Brown almost had it stripped, fights through a couple of tackles, lowers his head and runs over a Bama defender and gets near the 20-yard line. 16 yards on that pickup, as he is well over 50 now on the day, rushing the football on 8 carries. Fresh set of downs from the 20. Quarterback keep again, fighting inside the 10-yard line and down to about the 8. Give him 11 yards more, and he is just gashing Alabama with the run game, as the quarterback has been their primary weapon. 2 wideouts left. Ball on the deck. Scramble for it, and he's going to come out with it. Boy, that was almost disaster for USF. Almost gave a gift to Alabama right there, Damian. Bama's got to find a way to get a stop here.
You know, sometimes you run, your second win, you lose a little bit of focus, and on that time, Byron Brown just took his eyes off the ball. Unfortunately for Alabama, it results in a loss.
2 wideouts each side, single setback with Brown. That's going to be Kelly Joyner Jr. Quarterback tucks it, runs left side, lowers his shoulder, and gets stacked up as help arrived to bring him down around the 7. Malachi Moore had some help on the play, but he's the primary tackler there, as 3rd down and goal is upcoming from inside the 7-yard line.
Justin Jefferson was the spy, had an opportunity to make it a short gain, but missed the tackle. But you still have a 3rd down. And I would think South Florida's thinking two downs to score here.
10 minutes to go in this second quarter of play. Bama leading 7-3 and trying to keep it that way. 3rd and goal from inside the 7. Brown with all day, fires, incomplete. Boy, he threw that one into a lot of traffic. 3 defenders around 2 receivers. Peyton Singletary, I believe, was the intended target. See if they roll the dice and go for it here. I'd be a little surprised at 4th and goal from the 7, but not much to lose if you're USF.
But the way they've been moving the football, they have confidence that this won't be the last time they're down there.
And that's why they're going to bring the kicking unit on just to get points.
Yeah.
I tried to help you out right there.
I was following your lead, man.
I was
being your wingman.
I appreciate it. Could use one. Field goal will be 25 yards. And we've got whistles and a timeout. It's going to be taken by USF. Maybe they're going to talk about this one some more.
USF, second timeout of the half.
9:48 remaining.
This will be a 30-second timeout.
In this 3rd quarter.
Consistently, though,
full media timeout.
On the 2 possessions that they have gotten inside the red zone, we've gone 0 coverage and applied more pressure, but it locked up on man, and they just have not been able to create separation.
Timeout on the field, 7-3. Bama with a lead over USF here in the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Throw a flag before ants, termites, and other pests invade your home by calling Cook's Pest Control. Cook's proven pest control methods and Centricon termite control system protect your home from unwanted pests and are backed by a 110% satisfaction guarantee. Make the right call and call the South's most trusted name in pest control for a free inspection. Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Big Al, Rammer Jammer, and the $1 Million Band. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Tide fans, let's take a 30-second time out for a quick mental getaway to Pensacola. Sugar white sands, crystal clear waters. Remember, your perfect getaway is just a short drive away. So hit the road for the ultimate time out from the hustle and bustle. Fresh seafood, stunning sunsets, and relaxing beaches. All waiting for you in Pensacola. Saturdays with the Tide and any day with your toes in the sand. That's the way to beach. Plan your getaway at visitpensacola.com.
In football, a triple threat is a player who can do it all. For barbecue, Dreamland is a triple threat. You can dine in, carry out, or let us cater your next event. For the ultimate tailgating experience, nothing beats a rack of legendary Dreamland ribs with your favorite sides. If you got a taste for winning, treat your team to Dreamland. There ain't nothing like 'em nowhere. A proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
9:48 left to go before halftime. Alabama with a 7-3 lead with the Bulls threatening with the ball on the 7-yard line of Alabama. Across the conference is presented by Homewood Suites. Notably today, down on the plains at Jordan-Hare Stadium, it was the California Golden Bears picking up a 21-14 win against the Auburn Tigers. Auburn drops to 1-1 on the season. Also, how about South Carolina topping Kentucky 31-6. Final score in Lexington.
Mercy. That quite the beatdown that took place. Thank you, Roger, with that scoreboard update. Ole Miss a big winner over Middle Tennessee as well, 52-3, and not surprisingly, Georgia a coasting victory, 48-3 over Tennessee Tech today. And yeah, they're in our league. I forgot, Texas a winner. Go SEC over Michigan, 31-12. Now on to try the field goal will be John Cannon for USF. This will be a 25-yard try from the far hash. The right-footed kicker set to get the hold from Ryan Bolduck. Stokes waiting. Snap, spot, kick, up, And as he did earlier on the first drive of the game, able to execute perfectly as well. And now it's a 7-6 contest. So disappointing to see some of those runs given up by the Alabama defense at the same time. Thankfully able to get the stop, Tyler Watts, and only give up 3.
And this is a bend not break type of defense, though. They might give up some yardage in between the 20s. You get down inside the red zone, it's going to be awfully difficult to push it across. And we talked about since the beginning of the season, touchdowns win. Field goals, it's tough to win ball games when you're only giving up, or lose ball games rather, when you're only giving up field goals. So good stop by that defensive unit. Now you got to get over the sideline and figure out how to stop Byron Brown.
Brown, we knew was a guy with some talent last year, but he's a lot better and stronger as well. The 20 pounds he put on is muscle.
Because he's not breaking arm tackles or guys diving for his ankles. He is running through pretty good, strong linebackers that just aren't bringing their feet with him.
Nico Gramatica on to kick off once again, as Kendrick Law is deep for Alabama. Cole Adams, the up man. As Gramatica approaches the football at the 35-yard line, puts a good foot into it, and it will carry into the end zone, and it will be a touchback, and the Tide will have it from their own 25-yard line. 1st and 10 right there, and obviously you want to see points scored. You want to see movement of the football. Also like to see Jalen Milroe not take any more hits.
Listen, it's all about what you do on first down, getting ahead of the chains. Everything that South Florida does that causes disruptive problems is when you're facing 3rd and long situations.
9:45 remaining in this second quarter. Now a 7-6 ball game. Bama still with a lead. It's Justice Haynes is in the backfield. The handoff will go to him, and he'll get stacked up right at the line of scrimmage, the 25-yard line. USF getting a lot of those gold helmets right there at the point of contact. Tawfiq Bayard was there. The York, Pennsylvania native, sophomore strong safety, applying the first hit. So 2nd and 10, Bama. The bunch, 3 wideouts in tight to the left side, 1 to the right. Milroe rolling the pocket left, looking deep with a flag down. Has a man down there. It's going to be caught by Kobe Prentice. There'll be pass interference there, but I'm afraid there's going to be a hold back around the 20-yard line, but this will result in likely offsetting penalties.
Tell you though, Chris, with everything that went on there at the beginning of the play, we're very fortunate that it's just going to be offsetting. I'm not sure if they got Wilkin Formby on the hold.
They got a lot of pressure coming from that right edge.
2 fouls on the play, both live ball against both teams. Pass interference, defense number 2, holding, offense number 75. Those fouls are offset. We'll repeat the down. 2nd down.
And right now, Formby has kind of struggled a little bit. He's been beat up the field, but he's also getting beat a little on the inside move. So he's a little flat-footed and not knowing exactly how to set his defender up.
Wilkin Formby, the 2nd-year freshman from Tuscaloosa, Northridge High School.
Heck of a catch, though, by Kobe Prentice.
Really was. C.J. Dupree and Robbie Utes, 2 tight ends in the game for Alabama, both to the right side of the line. 2 wideouts are left for Alabama, with Haynes, the running back, to the left of Milroe. Gets the shotgun snap, hands it off. Haynes gets hit at the line, bounces it to the left, and fights forward near the 30-yard line. It will be 3rd down and about 5 upcoming for the Crimson Tide. Much more manageable than what we were facing.
And now your little short hitters, your little hitch routes and things of that nature where the ball can come out quick, all of a sudden those are now in play.
So a 3rd and 5 upcoming with 8:37 and ticking time left here in quarter number 2. Bama on top, 7-6 here just before halftime. Bernard coming in motion to the left side, leaving 2 wideouts to the right side of the formation. Milroe getting the snap, steps up in the pocket, breaks a tackle, flips it forward. Dupree the catch. He's got a first down. Move the sticks on a bank first down to the 41-yard line. Alabama still in their own territory, but a big 11-yard pickup right there, converting the third down and
Previous
5.
scramble where Milroe steps up in the pocket. The ball sells to Prentice. This time he's able to force it down, and hit Dupree right square in the chest.
So from their own 41, Alabama once again with Haynes in the backfield. Milroe waiting on the shotgun snap. Everybody bunched in tight initially to both sides, and they'll stay that way as they go simple, tall, sweep to the left. Haynes gets stood up, flipped on a big hit by USF's Deshaun Rucker, corner out of Tallahassee, Florida, delivering the hit, and no gain on the play.
Still wearing down this defensive unit, though. All these licks that you're applying hopefully will accumulate, and in the fourth quarter you'll be able to impose your will.
Law and the two tight ends go out. Jam Miller comes in replacing Justice Haynes. He's the single setback with 3 wideouts stacked in tight left. Now Prentice will join a receiver on the right side. Play action. He'll roll it right, Will Milroe. Fires it off his back foot. Coming up and making the grab is Prentice on a nice catch around the 40 of USF. First down Bama, a gain of 18 on the play, and man, that was a tough throw for Jalen Milroe.
Yeah, I don't know exactly if he slipped or he had to throw the ball off balance. He had pressure in his face and couldn't set up. That's why he didn't have much juice on that ball. But he had just enough to get it out there.
He did indeed. Bama goes with 3 wideouts left. Miller again in the backfield to the right side this time of Jalen. Man over to the right side of Bernard, so there's 2 to the right. Bubble screen to him, makes one man miss, steps over another, spins away from a third, stretches forward to the 30-yard line or close to it. Let's see if they give him the first no. They'll spot him down, but Bernard does pick up 9 yards on that play. It'll be second and short for Bama with a clock ticking now to the 6-minute mark here in quarter number 2.
Heck of a catch and run. The hardest lick he took on that play was from Jaden Roberts, the guard that was pulling, trying to get downfield and block.
Second and 1.5 yards. And we've got flags coming in. A procedure is going to be the call against Alabama.
False start, offense number 56. 5-yard penalty. It remains second down.
Another tough penalty on Vandemark. And that'll back it up outside the 35 to the 36. Pistol again, Milroe, this time with Miller to his left. Getting the snap, play action. Milroe looking deep, has a man. It is incomplete. Flags come in, though, as he was trying to connect with Ryan Williams, but I think we're going to have pass interference on the Bulls.
Pass interference, defense number 22.
That will be on Deshaun Rucker.
Both definitely holding on to one another. And I think they got the defender as Ryan Williams was going up with his hands. He kind of grasped him.
So from the 22 now of the Bulls, Alabama trying to add to a 7-6 lead. 2 wideouts left, tight end, extra one on the right side. Hand off to Miller, hesitates, now pushes forward, gets near the 15-yard line. That'll be another nice first down pickup, and Bama is much better on that down right now, Tyler.
That's good patience also by Jam Miller of allowing the blocks to develop. South Florida over pursued. He was able to hit it up the middle.
Tyler Booker leading the charge on that 6-yard pickup as Bama will hand it off to Miller, trying to bounce to the outside, brought down at the 11, move the sticks again as Bama's in that Chick-fil-A red zone and picks up another bank first down.
Attacking right between the tackles. We got a South Florida defender down with cramps.
We do indeed, and that'll bring us to a media timeout. And with that, a handoff to Roger Hoover. I've got a little responsibility at halftime down on the field. Roger will take over on the play-by-play responsibilities. You're in good hands. 7-6, Alabama leading USF. 4:49 to go in quarter number 2 here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
This is what being a NASCAR fan is all about. Singular history and tradition.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out. This is so special.
And triple-header playoffs action to ratchet up the stakes.
We gotta go.
Throw in a can't-miss concert, camping, and the legendary atmosphere of Talladega Boulevard. And you've got more than a race. You've got Talladega. NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega, October 4th through the 6th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Barkley makes it easy.
Get ready to rev up your engines and feel the excitement at Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac. We've got the perfect ride to match your style and adventure. Visit us at our showroom at Skyland Boulevard and let our friendly team help you find the vehicle of your dreams. Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac, where hometown pride and unbeatable deals collide. Drive with passion with Barkley. Visit us today or check us out online at barkleygmc.com.
Barkley makes it easy.
I'm Jan Miller. And I'm Kobe Prentice. Make sure you and your family are up to date this summer on all recommended vaccines, including respiratory disease.
Vaccinations against these viruses are important for everyone, especially those at a higher risk of developing serious complications, including older Americans and those with certain medical conditions.
So don't wait, vaccinate. For more information, visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM today. Stay safe and roll tide.
4:49 left to go before halftime. In the second quarter, it's Alabama with a 7-6 lead against South Florida. Make Evan Williams Bourbon part of your game day tradition. Tailgate parties and, of course, game-winning celebration. Evan Williams Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey. Bardstown, Kentucky, 43 to 55% alcohol by volume, 21 plus. Think wisely and drink wisely with Evan Williams. So the Crimson Tide so far, 6 plays, 39 yards on this drive as Crimson Tide are now set up in the Chick-fil-A red zone. First down and 10 from the USF 11-yard line. Tyler, as Alabama tries to build on the 7-6 lead.
Yeah, we benefited from a couple of pass interference calls against the South Florida Bulls. However, we're doing a really nice job of not holding on to the ball when the pressure does come. Jalen Milroe is throwing it up, at least giving the receivers an opportunity to come down with it.
Crimson Tide and Bulls break the huddle as Alabama will have first and 10 from the USF 11-yard line. Ball is spotted on the left hash mark is Milroe. Last one out of the huddle from the sideline, now leading the Crimson Tide in the huddle. First down and 10, Crimson Tide trying to build on a 7-6 lead. Dupree and Lewis, 2 tight ends, are in the formation as Milroe will go in the pistol. Jam Miller just behind him in the pistol formation. Bernard Williams lined up to the right side for the Crimson Tide. First down and 10 on the USF 11-yard line, left hash mark. Milroe gets the snap, hands off Miller, bounces it one step to the right, then keeps moving forward inside the 5 before he's tackled, and the Crimson Tide get closer to the goal line.
And I love how we're not hesitating or anything. A lot of times these backers are sticking their noses in there, taking away these gaps, but we're able to get in position, and the running backs and Jam Miller's being patient, allowing things, but then using that strength to drive forward.
6-yard gain, ball on the 5-yard line of USF. Crimson Tide with second down and 4. Alabama can still gain a first down here. Milroe in the shotgun with Miller just to his right. Milroe, hands off. Moving forward, Jam Miller right to the line of scrimmage at the 5-yard line before he's quickly stopped by South Florida, setting up third down. The stop made by the linebacker, Mac Harris.
That's just a one-on-one situation with Mac Harris and Jam Miller, and unfortunately we weren't able to win it. Otherwise, it's a touchdown.
Third down and 4, ball on the USF 5-yard line. 3:49 left to go in this second quarter. Alabama trying to build on a 7-6 lead against USF. Haynes is the running back on the right side of the shotgun to Milroe. Milroe, third down and 4 from the USF 5-yard line. Alabama up by a point. Milroe gets a snap, steps back in the pocket, stays on his feet. Milroe to the 5. Milroe to the end zone. Touchdown, Alabama. Jalen Milroe with a 5-yard touchdown rush, and the Crimson Tide build the lead to 13-6 over USF with 3:28 remaining in the second quarter.
Boy, and I tell you what, I don't think this play with most quarterbacks is going to result in a touchdown. They brought pressure, wholesale, cover 0, man-to-man on the outside. It was a design quarterback draw, I believe, and somehow or another he was able to maintain his balance in the contact he was experiencing and break free for the touchdown.
Nealon Hibbett will snap. James Burnip will hold. It is Graham Nicholson on for the point after attempt. Snap by Hibbett. Hold by Burnham. Nicholson swings the right leg through, and this one is through the uprights to give the Crimson Tide a 14-6 lead over USF with 3:28 remaining in the second quarter. We will step aside for a moment. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's huddle up and make things happen with the only cards for T-Town. The University of Alabama Regions Visa Debit Card and Prepaid Regions Now card. They're a win for your wallet and a big roll tide, whether you're purchasing stuff for game day or every day. Want to go all in on confidently showing your Tide pride? Order your card now at regions.com/GoBama. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
Alabama football lives here.
Let's get out of here.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Tide fans, are you ready for game day in Tuscaloosa? Don't miss the ultimate pregame experience this season at Vector Security Champions Lane, opening 4 hours before each home game. This fan fest has everything you need to get pumped for kickoff. Located next to the Walk of Champions, you'll enjoy live music, player autographs, the best food trucks from all over Alabama, and ice-cold beer in our Legends Lounge Beer Garden, where there's never a cover charge. Check out championslane.com each week for the latest updates. Roll Tide!
This season, don't let your home comfort fumble. Brown Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical is a proud partner of Alabama football and has been delivering the highest standards in home comfort across Birmingham for over 60 years. If you're looking for a great team and elite service from a quality company that cares, you can't miss with Brown in Birmingham. Score big this fall with Brown Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical. Visit brownheatingandcooling.com/specials to save on your next service. Roll Tide.
3:28 to go before halftime in the second quarter. Alabama 14 and USF 6. No one gets you closer to the game than SiriusXM SEC Radio. Tune in for news, talk, and analysis from the offseason straight through the regular season and into the postseason. We've got your team covered anywhere you go. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/SEC Radio 2024. Jalen Milroe rushing touchdown once again for the Crimson Tide. Already 2 in this ball game, now 4 on the season. He just knows, Tyler, when to call his own number, put it in the end zone.
He's such a threat inside the red zone also. You think about what a defense has to guard against. You have all the perimeter threats, you have the running game, and then you add that 11th player in Jalen Milroe into the attack, and all of a sudden it's next to impossible to stop. Now, in the previous play, we might have had a bust up front on the design run. However, he was able to break a tackle at the line of scrimmage and squeeze in for the touchdown.
Bromberg's Forever Diamond scoring drive for Alabama. 11 plays, 75 yards, 6:17 off the clock. Back deep to return. Kelly Joyner Jr. and Teron Keith for USF. Getting set for the kickoff is Connor Talty for Alabama. Crimson Tide 14, USF 6. 3:28 left to go in the second quarter. Ball teed up. Shading closer to the left hash mark for Connor Talty at the 35-yard line. He approaches the football. Toe meets leather, and this kick is high and deep, booming downfield. It will take a bounce into the Crimson Tide end zone, the south end zone, and it will be a touchback, and USF will take over at its own 25-yard line, trailing Alabama 14-6.
I tell you, this is a huge opportunity for this Alabama defense. So they've been rested on the sideline, had plenty of opportunity to recoup. If they can force a 3-and-out, force a punt here, don't even get 3-and-out, just force a punt, Alabama possibly get a 2-for-1 as we are going to receive the ball coming out of the second half.
Naquan Wright will be the tailback, lined up to the left of Brown, the quarterback, in the shotgun. 4 wide receiver set. Brown Stevens goes in motion now behind the quarterback as a low snap is fielded by Brown. Rolling out to his right, pass complete at the 20-yard line. Naquan Wright, not much running room, barely gets back to the line of scrimmage for USF.
Boy, Deshaun Jones, the cornerback for Alabama, he went inside, then read the little quick hitter and was able to get back into position and make the tackle for no gain.
14-6, Alabama leads with 3:12 remaining. Here is the snap. Brown handoff right up the middle, pushes forward, gets to the 27-yard line before he's stapled to the turf by L.T. Overton. It'll be third down.
Everything's set up now. You have to play in position. Don't lose track. Get some pressure up front, but also don't allow a running lane for Byron Brown.
Just under 3 minutes to go in the second quarter. Alabama leading 14-6 over USF. 3rd down and 7 for the Bulls. From their own 28-yard line, Brown gets a belt-tie snap, steps back in the pocket, fires over the middle, incomplete. Intended target was the tight end, Peyton Singletary. Malachi Moore with coverage for the Crimson Tide.
And what else you had? You also had pressure. I think it was LT Overton able to get back into Byron Brown's grill along with Tim Smith. That forced the ball a little bit higher. He wanted to hold on to it a little bit long, but good coverage by Malachi Moore. You did exactly what you needed to.
Damien, what'd you see there?
I saw a defense that was well rested. You know, when the offense put up a drive like Jalen just put up and figured out a way to get in the end zone, you got the guys on the sideline licking at their chops. They came out, put a 3 and out up. Now we get the ball back on offense, and let's see what we can do before halftime.
4th punt for Andrew Stokes for USF, averaging 46 yards per punt. Snap back to him. Gets the high spiral, booming downfield. Just inside the 30. Cole Adams there takes it out of play at the left sideline, 26-yard line. That's where the Crimson Tide will set up shop with still 2:33 left to go in this second quarter, leading by a 14-6 score. That was a 46-yard punt by Stokes of USF.
And you got all 4 timeouts. Obviously, with the 2-minute timeout, that's automatic. 3 in the hip pocket. Plenty. Your entire playbook is still at your disposal. So we talked about it. It's not about picking up chunk yardage. It's about being successful on first down.
Ball on the left hash mark of the 26-yard line, Alabama's own 26-yard line. Justice Haynes will be the running back with Jalen Milroe. 2 rushing touchdowns for Milroe today. It's Haynes in the shotgun, 4 wideout set for the Crimson Tide, 2 on each side. On 1st down and 10. Milroe from zone 26 gets a chest-high snap. Feels the pressure, cocks his arm, fires long downfield. Intended target Ryan Williams just too far in front inside the 40-yard line. Some fans wanted some contact in the penalty marker, but an incompletion. Brent Austin with coverage for USF.
Awfully aggressive play call there on 1st down. You just need some good yardage. You had the one-on-one to the outside, which is a good look, but once again, just no adjustment could be made. The ball's thrown so flat.
2:27 remaining before halftime. Alabama up 14-6 on USF. Kendrick Law, Ryan Williams, Jeremy Bernard in for the Crimson Tide, a receiver. Once again in the backfield, Justice Haynes to the right of Milroe in the shotgun on 2nd and 10. It's Milroe keeping the football around right side, has running room to the 40, 45, 50, 40, 35, 30, along the right sideline, down to the 10, down to the 5, down to the end zone. Penalty marker in the backfield, but Jalen Milroe rushing all the way for the Crimson Tide. 74 yards, but let's see what this penalty will be.
And Wilkin Formby got called again.
That takes away an impressive run for Jalen Milroe. Up 74 yards. It would have been his 3rd rushing touchdown of the night. Still 2:15 remaining in the second quarter. Alabama 14, USF 6, and the Crimson Tide will have to back up.
And Formby did. I mean, his defender was pulling away, and he kind of tugged at him, and it definitely impacted, more than likely, the outcome of the play. I'm not sure that his defender would have made the tackle, but it definitely appeared he was the next closest guy. So right there in the field of vision, that's going to get called every time. And unfortunately, now you have a 2nd and long situation. This is when South Florida loves to pin their ears back. Now all of a sudden they're thinking, hey, let's force a punt here and get the ball back at midfield.
8 penalties on Alabama for a loss of 60 yards. Now ball on the 16-yard line of the Crimson Tide. It will be 2nd down and 20. Milroe gets the snap. Toss sweep on the right side. Haynes, not much running room as he swarmed in the backfield. And a stop made by South Florida. A loss on the play, setting up 3rd down and long.
Run it down now. You just got to wait for this timeout. Probably run the ball one more time and then punt. What a turn of events there. All the excitement in the world.
2-minute timeout.
2-minute timeout. 2 minutes exactly on the clock. Alabama 14 and USF 6 with still 2 minutes to go. We'll be back with the rest of the second quarter next as you listen to the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the propane tank on your grill first before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up.
Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane?
Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Smoothbrook, Illinois.
I'm Jan Miller.
And I'm Kobe Prentice.
Make sure you and your family are up to date this summer on all recommended vaccines, including respiratory disease.
Vaccinations against these viruses are important for everyone, especially those at a higher risk of developing serious complications, including older Americans and those with certain medical conditions.
So don't wait, vaccinate. For more information, visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM today. Stay safe and roll tide.
2 minutes before halftime, Alabama 14, USF 6 here at Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Bama fans, after another Alabama victory, drop by and celebrate at Full Moon Barbecue. Now with 16 locations, there's always one near you. It's the best little pork house in Alabama. Join us next for the Full Moon Barbecue halftime reports. And Damian Square, our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter, I know these holding penalties are frustrating to Alabama fans. What are you seeing on some of these holding fouls that have been called against Alabama?
I mean, the last one, that was kind of iffy. I don't think, Jalen would have been talking about a guy regardless. But whenever you're playing with an offensive line that hasn't, been playing with each other for a long time, of course, we got some guys out of place. You never want to really put them in obvious pass situations, because whenever you put them in obvious pass situations, the defense doesn't have to guess and they can play really fast. So I think if we want to avoid some of these holding calls, we need to mix in a few more runs and try not to put the offensive line in obvious pass situations.
It's kind of a balance that we're trying to play right now also, because South Florida on the edges are a little smaller guys going against our big offensive linemen. Talk about the difficulties offensive linemen have against that speed in the pass pro.
Yeah, it's very hard, especially with the quarterback that you have in the pocket. Jalen kind of can be anywhere in the pocket. So when your quarterback moves his spot a little bit, it's really hard to deal with those little guys because they can see the quarterback. You assume that the quarterback is right behind you, but if he sprints out, that puts that defensive end in favor of getting them down instead of our, 350-pound offensive tackle.
Thank you, Damian. 2 minutes to go before halftime. Alabama 14 and USF 6. Couple of field goals for the Bulls. 2 rushing touchdowns for Jalen Milroe in this game for the Crimson Tide. Nearly had a third before a 74-yard run was called back due to a holding penalty against Wilkin Formby. Right tackled for the Crimson Tide. So Alabama currently backed up on its own 10-yard line. 3rd down and 26 coming up. Alabama 2 of 5 so far on 3rd down today. Milroe brings his team to the line. 2 wideouts on either side. Milroe is in the shotgun. Justice Haynes is the running back to his left. 2 minutes to go before halftime. 14-6, Alabama leads USF. Will be Milroe on 3rd down and 26. Ball on the right hash mark. Milroe claps his hands, gets chest-high snap, steps back in the pocket, fires to the right, complete at the 15-yard line. Josh Cuevas with a catch before he's quickly tackled right past the numbers on the 15-yard line. Some positive yardage there, but that will send the punting unit out for the Crimson Tide as the penalty took away Alabama's progress on this drive, and a player shaken up for South Florida.
So you had Cuevas on a little 5-yard out and Bernard on the outside of him, kind of just running down the field, trying to clear everything out. And Bernard tried to come out of his route and apply a block that would have sprung Cuevas free for probably another 5-8 yards. But right now it would have run clock, and it would have picked up more field position.
Taven Ward shaken up for USF. Training staff attending to him at the 15-yard line. Minute 50 remaining in the second quarter. Alabama leading 14-6 over USF in week 2 of the season. James Burnett will be coming on to punt for the Crimson Tide. Each of his punts have gone 50 yards so far. 3 punts averaging 50 yards to this point. Ward is sitting up, still being attended to by the training staff of USF. Again, stay with us during halftime. Full Moon Barbecue halftime report. Not only taking a look at what else is going on around college football, but you will be able to hear the on-field dedication of Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Chris Stewart has, of course, left the booth, and he is going to be on the field for that coverage.
Because the injury occurred within 2-minute timeout, and the injury stopped the clock. It was the only reason the clock stopped. There will be a 10-second subtraction from the game clock. By rule, the clock will start and ready for play.
So you think about South Florida's had to call 2 timeouts already because of just the pace of play or the play of the game, and now they're forced to burn their 3rd one. How does that affect them? I wonder if
clock operator, please put 1 minute 40 seconds on the game clock.
If they're going to try to block this potentially. I mean, they got plenty of time, but not having that timeout in your hip, or they keep the timeout. Excuse me. They just run 10 seconds off the game clock.
Minute 40 now on the game clock in the second quarter. Alabama with a 14-6 lead against USF. It'll be Sean Atkins back deep to return, standing at his own 35-yard line, and on for his 4th punt of the day, James Burnett. 6'6", 220-pound redshirt senior from Australia, the Australian-style punter for the Crimson Tide. His fourth punt of the day. Crimson Tide snap the football from its own 15-yard line.
And we're going to milk every second off this play clock because the game clock is running as well.
Game clock down to 1:20. Still 20 seconds on the play clock. Burnip still waiting, hopping back and forth, just shy of the goal line. 1:10 now remaining. Now the play clock is under 9 seconds. Here's the snap. Burnip gets the punt away. High past the 50 to the 45, where Atkins will take it at the 44. Stays on his feet before he's quickly tackled, and the stop made just shy of midfield. Q Robinson with the tackle for the Crimson Tide on a 41-yard punt by James Burnham.
Yeah, that's the first punt that has been able to return, and because of trajectory, Q Robinson did a really good job of getting downfield and making that tackle.
South Florida with 59 seconds to work with on offense, trailing Alabama 14-6, and this is a fast-paced offense. They need it here, Tyler.
It is, and you got to have a stop or two, at least maybe even a negative play, because realistically, South Florida is only about 15 to 20 yards away from being in field goal range.
Ball spotted on the 48-yard line of South Florida on the right hash mark. Keith is the running back with Byron Brown in the shotgun. Two wideouts on either side of the line, two stacked on the right side. Brown gets the snap, looks to that right sideline, and the pass in and out of the hands of Sean Atkins. Solid pressure made by the Crimson Tide on that play, and the incompletion sets up 2nd down and 10.
Boy, Keon Sapp could not have played that any better. He was right in the hip pocket of the receiver, and at the last second was able to reach in and knock the ball loose.
2nd and 10 for the Bulls, trailing 14-6 to Alabama. 55 seconds left to go in the second quarter. Brown gets a low snap, steps back in the pocket, dumps it out to the right side. Keith makes the grab at the 49, trying to get to the 50-yard line before he's tackled. Stop made by the Crimson Tide's Q Robinson. 3rd down upcoming for South Florida with the clock rolling.
Clock running, 1 timeout left for South Florida. They have to get this 1st down.
3rd down and 7. Ball on the South Florida 49-yard line. Penalty marker down, and the officials will stop this play.
Yeah, right tackle moved right before the snap, so that's going to benefit Alabama greatly. And is there another runoff?
Ken Williamson, our referee. 5 penalties for a loss of 49 yards for USF. Alabama leading 14-6 just before halftime. 35 seconds remain in this second quarter.
This is where I get confused about rules from NFL to college to high school. But inside of 2 minutes, is there a 10-second runoff and or you have to burn that time out?
Ball start. Offense number 62. 5-yard penalty. And then 3rd down. Alabama will take a timeout to avoid the 10-second subtraction.
There you go. So they're forced.
When the ball is legally snapped.
So South Florida is forced to use that final timeout.
We'll take the timeout.
So will the USF taking the timeout. 3rd down and 7 for the Bulls. 35 seconds left to go in this second quarter.
See, and that's why the little things matter so much. You think about the success we've had here over 17 years of doing it right every time. Why is it a big deal when the game's out of hand to not have offsides, false starts, penalties, and things of that nature? Moments like that, when the game does matter, and it does matter about reserving timeouts and or maintaining time on the clock, you got to be disciplined and focused at what you're doing, and you see how it can backfire.
So the penalty will back up the Bulls to their own 46-yard line. 3rd down and 12 upcoming for USF. 35 seconds left to go in the second quarter, trailing Alabama 14-6.
Alabama's been very aggressive at the edges on the corner position, playing more man-to-man at the line of scrimmage, bump and run. Here on 3rd and long, do they maintain that aggressiveness and try to prevent free releases by these wide receivers?
USF only 1 for 8 on 3rd down today. 3rd down and 12. On its own 46-yard line on the right hash mark. Byron Brown with Keith, the running back, just to his right in the shotgun. Brown on 3rd down and 12. Gets a bell-tie snap, steps back in the pocket, surveys downfield, dumps it complete to Porter, takes it past the 50 to the left sideline, out of play at the 46-yard line, ushered out of play by the Crimson Tide's Devontae Smith.
Does not get the 1st down, but did stop the clock, so obviously they're going to go for it here. Alabama still has timeouts. You get a big stop here, you're only 15, 20 yards away from being in field goal range.
4th down and 3 for USF. Ball on the Alabama 45-yard line. 29 seconds remaining in this second quarter. Alabama leading 14-6. Now the Crimson Tide trying to get a 4th down stop. Brown leading his team to the line. Keith will be the running back in the shotgun. Blocking back at tight end is Singletary just to the left. And now it looks like a timeout taken by Alabama.
You know, the what ifs and of what South Florida is about to do are running through your mind.
Alabama.
Normally you would think, hey, they're going to keep the ball in Brown's hand, just try to get the first down on some sort of read option. Same time, with only 29 seconds left, that's an awful lot of time clicking off, and you're still not in field goal range. The ball probably has to go in the air. Damon, your defensive coordinator, what do you do right here?
It's tricky, man. Like I said, you've been having success with the quarterback running the ball. They hide the ball pretty well. I'm thinking the quarterback keep it around the edge, right here on 4th down. I think that's what they're going to go with, and I know Alabama's going to stop it.
I know Alabama showed a lot of aggressiveness there around the line of scrimmage with everyone stacked and kind of playing man-to-man on the edges. Obviously, you have to stay aggressive here with only a 4th and 4 situation. Can't give up too much cushion.
29 seconds left to go in the second quarter. Alabama leading 14-6 over USF. 4th down and 3 from the Alabama 45-yard line. USF with the football. Brown comes alive on 4th down and 3. Brown in the shotgun. 2 wideouts just to the left. 2 Hardiman as well as Atkins to the right side. Keith is the running back. And now moving closer to the line of scrimmage is Brown as he continues to look to the USF sideline. Shot clock down to 7, down to 6, down to 5. Brown still trying to get his team in motion. Brown is unable to get the play off. Penalty marker down.
Yeah, I don't think they wanted to risk the flip of field and giving Alabama the ball at midfield. So this was just trying to draw us off sides and then punt it away.
Still 29 seconds remaining in this second quarter. Alabama leading 14-6 over USF on the Crimson Tide 45-yard line with the Bulls. Now the punting unit is on with Andrew Stokes, who, like Alabama's James Burnham, an Australian native, Australian-style punter, averaging 46 yards per punt so far. This will be his 5th punt so far in this game. Back deep to return for the Crimson Tide will be Cole Adams, standing at his own 10-yard line for the Crimson Tide. Stokes standing at his own 35-yard line. Here's the snap, double steps to the right, and now he boots it away, trying to pooch it out of play along Alabama's left sideline, takes him out to the 20, keeps bouncing to the 10, and then out of play at the 9-yard line of the Crimson Tide. Time went off the clock as well. Alabama will have 19 seconds to work with the football, leading 14-6.
And that's okay, though. On those slow, delayed punts, you're always concerned about the ball hitting the ground because it's so short and taking a goofy bounce and hitting one of our guys, and all of a sudden South Florida gets it inside the 20-yard line. So, no blood right here. Take a knee, go to halftime. We get the ball coming out. Regroup, get things ready to go.
19 seconds remaining before halftime. Alabama 14, USF 6. Crimson Tide with the football in their own 10. Milroe will simply take a knee, and the final seconds will tick down in this second quarter. 2 rushing touchdowns by Jalen Milroe highlight this first half for the Crimson Tide, as the teams will head to the locker rooms with Alabama leading USF 14-6 here in Tuscaloosa. We'll be back with our halftime coverage next. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard, until the other team scores. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus, copyright 2024, Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Let's huddle up and make things happen with the only cards for T-Town. The University of Alabama Regions Visa Debit Card and Prepaid Regions Now Card. They're a win for your wallet and a big roll tide, whether you're purchasing stuff for game day or every day. Want to go all in on confidently showing your Tide pride? Order your card now at regions.com/GoBama. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
When the game is on the line, you want someone you can count on. At Alabama Power, we believe in consistency and having each other's back. It's our game plan to safely deliver the electricity you depend on. We give 100% to achieve 99.9% reliability. Learn how we power a better Alabama at alabamapower.com/reliable. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Today's highlight is brought to you by Toyota. At home or on the road, they're never the underdog. Toyota, let's go places. Get $2,000 in loyalty cash bonus on a new 2024 Toyota Tundra. Offer valid through September 30th, 2024. Offer entitles current Tundra customers to $2,000 loyalty cash bonus on the retail purchase or lease of any new 2024 Tundra gas or hybrid vehicle. Cash may be used only toward down payment or capitalized cost reduction on the new vehicle. See dealer for details.
This is the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little pork house in Alabama. Alabama football is also brought to you by Coke Zero Sugar. Tackle game day with a great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Try and decide. Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Cadence Bank, your team, your cadence. Barkley GMC, Barkley Buick GMC, where Barkley makes it easy. Hellman's, the official mayonnaise of Alabama athletics. And by Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealership today. Toyota, let's go places.
Halftime in Tuscaloosa, Alabama 14 and USF 6. The game stats and facts brought to you by Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Jalen Milroe, 2 rushing touchdowns, a pair of field goals so far by USF. Domino's Drive for Dough, presented by your locally owned and operated Domino's in Tuscaloosa. If Bama scores on its first drive in the second half, then Laurie Rainier from Birmingham will win a gift card for the amount of yards in the scoring drive. Enter to win on the Crimson Tide Sports Network's Facebook page to be the next Domino's Drive for Dough winner. This is the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. In football, there's always a winner and a loser, but when it comes to great Southern barbecue, only one winner. Full Moon Barbecue, voted one of America's top 10 barbecue joints, now with 16 locations to serve you. Again, the halftime score, Alabama 14, USF 6. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
At Cadence Bank, we're here for all 4 quarters and overtime in your financial journey. Whether you're investing for the future, saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just needing to tackle life's financial challenges, we have the teammates, tools, and game plan to help you win. Experience a financial partner that comes in clutch. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Member FDIC.
The Crimson Tide plays here. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Your moment has arrived. It's time to shed the normal day-to-day version of yourself and let your most fabulous self loose. Make your way to Wind Creek Wetumpka, because whatever your idea of fabulous is, this is where you'll find it. Wind Creek Wetumpka. It's your kind of fabulous. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I was diagnosed with breast cancer last year and had chemo and radiation at DCH's Lewis and Faye Madison Cancer Center. I'm thankful for the support of my nurse Kate, my breast navigator Katrina, my doctors, and the whole staff. I have felt confident like I was the most important person there, before, during, and after. Tuscaloosa is blessed to have such an excellent team at the Madison Cancer Center.
Great things are happening at DCH.
Halftime in Tuscaloosa, Alabama 14 and USF 6. Let's take a look at the Alabama Power scoreboard. The latest scores from the SEC and around the nation, presented by Alabama Power. Of course, a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Alabama Power, power for a better Alabama. Looking at scores from around the SEC, games still in progress. In the third quarter, Missouri with a 24-0 lead against Buffalo. It's also Florida with a 21-0 lead against Samford, just underway in the third quarter there. From Charlotte at the Dukes Mayo Classic, Tennessee with a 10-3 lead against NC State. Also the LSU Tigers up 23-14 against Nichols, and Vanderbilt, after beating Virginia Tech last week, 24-0 the lead at the moment against Alcorn State. While we have a moment, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10 seconds for station ID. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Right now, head coach Nick Saban, the only man in the tunnel at the north end zone. Thunderstruck playing inside Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Saw this so many times in pregame. Now we see it at halftime. Nick Saban emerges from the tunnel in the north end zone, and he will be honored for the official dedication of Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium. We'll let you listen to the crowd. Nick Saban, escorted by Miss Terry, making their way to the Crimson Tide sideline. $1 Million Band spelling out Saban Field. They're at Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Saban approaching the 40-yard line. At the 50-yard line is where the ceremony will take place. Chris Stewart will be the MC, the Director of Athletics, Greg Byrne, President of the University of Alabama, Dr. Stuart Bell, as well on the field. Now let's listen in.
For coming here today, it means so much to us. The past 17 years haven't felt like work. Rather, it has felt like teamwork.
So I can't thank you enough for being here today. I can't thank you enough for the support that you've given us in good times and in bad. And we want to continue to make Alabama one of the outstanding football programs in the country, but also one of the outstanding athletic programs in the country, because I think it's the window that people look at this great university, and the impact that we were able to have by having a successful program has elevated our university, and I'm proud of the fact that we were able to contribute to do that in so many ways. So thank you very much, and roll tide.
The power of your voice elevated a program, a state. Count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, welcome to Saban
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Chris Stewart. It's my honor to welcome you to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, the home of the greatest program in college football history. The greatest fans in college football history. And the home of the 2 greatest coaches in the history of college football. It's both an honor and a privilege for me to welcome one of those gentlemen, Coach Nick Saban.
Thank you so much. I hope that this field being honored in our name is representative of how we represented you, the University of Alabama, but also that it represents all the players who played here and contributed to the success of the program, and all the coaches who worked to help those players be successful, and our administration, Greg, Dr. Bell, but most importantly, Mal Moore and Dr. Witt, who gave us the opportunity to come to the University of Alabama. And you, the fans, who've given us some of the greatest memories anybody could ever imagine by being your coach for 17 years in the greatest traditional program ever in America when it comes to football. We thank you so much. God bless you, and roll Tide.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the east and west sides of the stadium as we light up officially for the first time Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium.
Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium officially dedicated tonight, Saturday, September 7th, 2024, here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. At halftime, a 14-6 lead for Alabama against USF. Back with more in a moment. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
This is what being a NASCAR fan is all about. Singular history and tradition.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out. This is so special.
And triple-header playoffs action to ratchet up the stakes.
We gotta go.
Throw in a can't-miss concert, camping, and the legendary atmosphere of Talladega Boulevard. And you've got more than a race. You've got Talladega. NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega, October 4th through the 6th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Roll Tide! Bama Game Day is here, and Beatbox is prepared to party. With delicious flavors, low sugar, and 11.1% ABV, what's not to love about this delicious party punch? Not to mention, the drink is non-carbonated and resealable, so you won't get bloated and can get up and party just as hard as the University of Alabama. Beatbox Party Punch, a fan favorite at the University of Alabama. Please drink responsibly. Must be 21 or older.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
The Alabama Insider Podcast is the official podcast of Crimson Tide Athletics. Catch full episodes of Hey Coach and the Kalen DeBoer Show, Crimson Tide Rewind, Crimson Tide Today Daily Reports, plus full interviews from Crimson Drive driven by NASCAR. Download and subscribe to the Alabama Insider Podcast on Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Music, and all podcast platforms. Roll Tide with the Alabama Insider Podcast.
At Cadence Bank, we're here for all 4 quarters and overtime in your financial journey. Whether you're investing for the future, saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just needing to tackle life's financial challenges, we have the teammates, tools, and game plan to help you win. Experience a financial partner that comes in clutch. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Member FDIC.
14-6, Alabama leads USF at halftime. The Crimson Tide with 2 rushing touchdowns by Jalen Milroe. Those halftime highlights presented by Hellman's Mayonnaise. Hey, Tide fans, score a taste touchdown your next tailgate with Hellman's, the official mayonnaise of Alabama athletics. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Tide fans, Golden Flake Snacks have been a proud partner with the Tide family for 67 years. The South's original potato chip, Golden Flake Snacks are delicious fan favorites because they're crafted from traditional Southern recipes. From crispy, perfectly flavored potato chips to light and airy pork rinds and fluffy, cheesy cheese puffs, Golden Flake Snacks are a winning combination with Alabama football. Share Golden Flake Snacks with your Tide family and friends. Simple, Southern goodness. That's Golden Flake.
Your moment has arrived. It's time to shed the normal day-to-day version of yourself and let your most fabulous self loose. Make your way to Wind Creek Atmore, because whatever your idea of fabulous is, this is where you'll find it. Wind Creek Atmore. It's your kind of fabulous. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome to the Ford F-150 Highlight Show. When you talk about some of the best lineups of all time, F-150 should be the top of any list.
Gas, Power Boost Hybrid, and the all-electric F-150 Lightning Truck.
Ford is the only full-size truck brand in America offering all 3 powertrain options.
An outstanding lineup of power and performance.
Yes! Bring your A-game on game day and every day.
For the latest offers on Ford F-150, visit buyfordnow.com or see your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide.
If you're looking for the best selection in Crimson Tide apparel, look no further than the Soup Store. The Soup Store is every Bama fan's ultimate destination for the hottest gear and accessories, with 3 great locations around campus to serve you: in Tuscaloosa on campus at the University Student Center, on the Strip in front of Bryant-Denny Stadium, and on Bryant Drive. If you can't get to Tuscaloosa, shop the Soup Store online at soupstore.ua.edu. The Soup Store is a proud partner of Alabama Athletics.
1, 2, 3. This has been the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little pork house in Alabama. Alabama football is also brought to you by Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Barkley GMC. Barkley Buick GMC, where Barkley makes it easy. Hellman's, the official mayonnaise of Alabama athletics. And by Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealership today. Toyota, let's go places. Now let's go back to the stadium for the call of the second half.
14-6, Alabama leads USF as we get ready to start the third quarter. A moment ago, it was our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter Damian Square that caught up with Coach DeBoer at the half, presented by T-Mobile. Stay connected to the latest Crimson Tide action with T-Mobile's 5G coverage. Here is Damian Square a moment ago with Coach DeBoer.
How you doing, Coach? Good. How are you? Offense was inconsistent in the first half. Defense found the way to keep them out of the end zone. What are you telling your team at halftime?
Yeah, offensively, it's just hard. It's hard to move the ball when you're holding. You know, and behind the sticks like we are. It isn't just, you know, first and 15s. It's, you know, second 20s, and so we're hitting some explosive plays, but they're getting called back a couple times. So that's the biggest thing right now. We've got all the penalties. We play our game. There's plays to be made out there.
Okay.
Thanks to Coach DeBoer and to Damian Square. The prescription for success in the second half is presented by Payless Drugs, your locally owned family pharmacy, 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Payless can handle your prescriptions, over-the-counter solutions, and home delivery. Visit mynewpharmacy.com to pay less. Tyler Watts, prescription for success for Alabama in the second half.
Like what Coach DeBoer just said, the first thing you have to do is not lose the game. And right now, Alabama's shooting themselves in the foot with the penalties. And we talked about staying ahead of the chains. So many times we're starting off in 1st and 25 or 1st and 15 as a result of mental mistakes and or physical, of not moving in the right position, not letting go of a defender. You got to overcome that. Alabama so far, they're only about 35 yards of total rushing, so they got to get in a better swing of moving the ball on the ground as well.
South Florida will kick off to the Crimson Tide to start this third quarter with Alabama leading 14-6. Crimson Tide with Kendrick Law and Cole Adams back deep to return. Right now it's Law standing just at the 2-yard line in front of the end zone with Crimson Tide painted in white on a crimson background. Alabama 14, USF 6, 2 rushing touchdowns by Jalen Milroe for Alabama, 2 field goals so far, all the scoring for South Florida. Grammatica for the ball teed up on the right hash mark at the 35-yard line. Grammatica approaches the football, and we're underway in the third quarter of play at Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Law at the 2-yard line will take it out. Runs to the 10, to the 15, to the 20. Has running room past the 30, to the 35, to the 40. Still on his feet until he fumbles the football. A scramble for it, and USF will recover the fumble, and it will be South Florida football to begin this third quarter after the fumble. And it was Grammatica, the kicker, Tyler, that recovered the fumble for USF.
Well, that was a gift right in his pocket, though. But Kendrick Law, an excellent return all the way up to about the 45-yard line. And I'm not sure exactly, but someone poked it away from him from behind as he was trying to get by a defender.
So with that, trailing 14-6, South Florida will have the football. Byron Brown leading the Bulls onto the field. The running back will be Naquan Wright in the shotgun. 2 wide receivers stacked to the left, 2 lined out to the right. Brown gets the snap, screen pass on the right side right. So the 45 stays on his feet, and just at the numbers of the 50-yard line, he'll be tackled. Penalty marker down the play.
Tack more yardage on there. They had a face mask, so they're going to tack on. That's going to move the ball down to about the 35-yard line. We'll talk about a swing of plays, too. Alabama set up to get the ball around, start that possession around midfield.
Face mask. Defense number 11. 15-yard penalty for him to run. Automatic first down.
Jahad Campbell called for the penalty on Alabama. 9 penalties for a loss of 75 yards for Alabama so far today.
Yeah, it's just bad deal right there. So the ball goes all the way down to the 34-yard line for South Florida. Here they have an opportunity to tie this ball game up with a touchdown.
Ball spotted on the right hash mark for the Bulls. 14.5 minutes left to go in this third quarter, but after the fumbled kickoff return by the Crimson Tide, USF now approaching Alabama's red zone. It's Brown getting the snap. Looks to the right sideline, fires it long and too far out in front of Naquan Wright. Incompletion sets up second down and 10.
Had the wheel route set to the running back coming out of the backfield. Deontay Lawson was in coverage. And once again, South Florida is able to get on top of the defense of Alabama, but an overthrown ball is very fortunate, otherwise would have been a touchdown.
Second and 10. Brown gets the snap, hands off around right side. Not much running room for Naquan Wright before he's quickly tackled just shy of the 30-yard line. Small gain on the play, third down coming up.
Big third down opportunity here for Alabama. You force a negative play, and South Florida will have to punt the ball. Any sort of positive or no gain, they're probably going for it on fourth down.
Bulls just 1 for 9 on third down today. Getting the snap, Brown feels pressure. Tim Smith in the backfield. The Crimson Tide will wrap up Byron Brown and bring him down to the turf. Second sack of the ball game for the Crimson Tide. On the Guthrie sack count, it's fourth down.
I tell you what, this defensive secondary has done such a nice job on third and long situations of staying in coverage that allows the defensive front to be aggressive, and it's just a matter of time before Tim Smith and those guys are able to get to Brown, the quarterback, because of the coverage downfield.
Now John Cannon. Place kicker will come out to attempt a long field goal. It'll be about 52, 53 yards on this attempt.
It's right at the edge of what he's able to make in pregame warmups.
Ball will be spotted on the 43-yard line, so a 53-yard field goal coming up for USF. Bates to snap, Bolduc to hold. Here is the kick. High, booming downfield, and this kick will be short, bouncing into the end zone, and that will close out this drive for South Florida with 13:35 left to go in the third quarter. It's the Crimson Tide 14 and South Florida 6.
So we're going to stay here. Minute and a half burns off the clock. You get the ball right back where Kendrick Law fumbled from.
So the Bulls unable to score after the fumble by the Crimson Tide, and now Jalen Milroe will lead the Crimson Tide offense back onto the field on Alabama's own 35-yard line. Again, 13:35 remaining in this third quarter. Alabama with a 14-6 lead against USF. Milroe in the shotgun. On first down and 10, ball on the left hash mark. Justice Haynes, the running back, now in the pistol, lined up right behind Milroe. First down and 10. Milroe gets the snap, fakes the give, stands back in the pocket, has some time, cocks his arm, fires this one long downfield, intended target Ryan Williams, and Williams trying to make the catch. There was a lot of pushing and shoving. Tyler Williams came close to making the grab as he was tangled up with Deshaun Rucker, but it's a long incompletion and no penalty marker.
He got held for the last 15 yards of that route. I cannot believe they did not call that. It impeded his progress and his ability to get downfield as the defender had his right hand on Williams' shoulder And there was no flag.
Sean Rucker is still shaken up on the play on the 35-yard line. Damien, what'd you see there?
I thought it was pass interference. It was a little arm fighting, but I thought the defensive back was a little more aggressive than our receiver, Ryan Williams. I saw some guys open underneath. Maybe we need to go to a few of those routes, but, hey, it didn't go our way. Got to line up and play the next snap.
Well, the only thing, though, Damien, is the defender has his hand on your shirt, and he's tugging on you as you're trying to break away. That absolutely affects his ability to separate and catch that ball cleanly. And I don't mind the shot. I think that's an advantage that you can come back to, because you've seen in a one-on-one situation, Ryan Williams can break away from these guys. Not a bad throw at all, very catchable. I love the aggressiveness, though, but you're right. We got to find ways of getting ahead of the chain, so sometimes hitting those underneath routes sometimes is the best recipe on first down.
Rucker helped to his feet for South Florida, now gingerly walking back to the Bulls sideline. Long incompletion, 2nd down and 10 for the Crimson Tide. Now this injury timeout presented by Andrews Sports Medicine comes to a close for South Florida. Jalen Milroe passing so far in this game for the Crimson Tide, 10 of 17 yards for 103 yards. Leading receiver to this point has been Jeremy Bernard for the Crimson Tide, 4 catches for 53 yards, but overall 7 receivers have caught 10 passes so far in this game. Ball on the left hash mark, Milroe in the shotgun, Justice Haynes the running back, 3 wideouts to the right, only 1, that's Bernard, lined up to the left. Milroe gets the snap on 2nd and 10. Will keep it up the middle on a small draw play. Gets to the 39-yard line before he's tackled. Jamie Petway with the stop for South Florida. 3rd down and 6 coming up after Milroe picks up 4.
It's a long 6, though. It's closer to 7 yards here, but you did pick up positive yardage. Hopefully Alabama comes back to a similar formation and just hits a quick hitter to the edge. I think they have numbers on the perimeter.
13 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. Alabama up 14-6 on South Florida. Milroe with 3rd down and 6, ball on the Crimson Tide 39-yard line in between the hash marks. Milroe gets a high snap, steps back in the pocket, starts to feel some pressure, starts to roll out to his right, backs up inside the 20, and he is sacked. Mac Harris picks up the sack, 3rd one by the Bulls in this ball game, and the Crimson Tide will punt on 4th down.
And it's all because you're in 3rd and 7 situation again, and I'm going to give you credit. South Florida does a really nice job with the rush lanes. Damon, you can speak to this. There's really nowhere for Jalen Milroe to go.
Yeah, it wasn't anywhere for him to go. They ran another stunt up front. They had 2 of their D tackles go to the right. They had a opposite outside linebacker wrap around to the left. That's the guy that you saw show up late in Jalen face.
James Burnip on to punt for the 5th time. He's been averaging 48 yards per punt. First 3 were all 50-yarders for the Australian James Burnip. Snap back to him, gets the punt away. Sean Atkins back deep for South Florida. Moves to the 46 as this will take a bounce for South Florida back into Crimson Tide territory and down by the Crimson Tide at the 45-yard line. That's where the Bulls will have it with 12:01 remaining in the 3rd quarter. Our score at Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium, Alabama 14, South Florida 6. Chris Stewart will take you the rest of the way on play-by-play. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard. Until the other team scores. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus, copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At Cadence Bank, we're here for all 4 quarters and overtime in your financial journey. Whether you're investing for the future, saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just needing to tackle life's financial challenges, we have the teammates, tools, and game plan to help you win. Experience a financial partner that comes in clutch. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Member FDIC.
Tide fans, let's take a 30-second time out for a quick mental getaway to Pensacola. Sugar white sands, crystal clear waters. Remember, your perfect getaway is just a short drive away. So hit the road for the ultimate time out from the hustle and bustle. Fresh seafood, stunning sunsets, and relaxing beaches. All waiting for you in Pensacola. Saturdays with the Tide and any day with your toes in the sand. That's the way to beach. Plan your getaway at visitpensacola.com.
12 12:01 left to go in the third quarter from Tuscaloosa. It's Alabama 14 and USF 6. Tonight's game presented by Medical Properties Trust. Medical Properties Trust helps hospital operators around the world unlock the value of real estate to invest in people, technology, and achieve long-term growth. Medical Properties Trust at the very heart of healthcare. We continue from inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Feel good about your money. Again, Alabama Credit Union, proud sponsor of our broadcast booth, and now back in the booth after doing a fantastic job emceeing on the field at Saban Field. Chris Stewart, roll tide. That was a special ceremony we saw, and Coach Saban and the entire Saban family seemed to be very touched.
Honored to be part of a very small role in that, but what a special, and you just felt it down there, historic to have that take place, and glad we were able to bring it to you on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Back to what's most important at the moment, though. Alabama trying to get a stop of USF with 12:01 to go here in the third quarter. Only a 14-6 advantage in momentum and possession of the football belonging to the Bulls. Kelly Joyner Jr. in the backfield. Once they break the huddle, Byram Brown is the quarterback. He'll have Sean Atkins and also Michael Brown-Stevens available as wideouts to the right side of the formation, and Abdur-Rahman Yassin, the Purdue transfer, will be wide to the left. Offset tight end to the right side as they bring Yassin in motion to the right as well. He goes behind the quarterback as the snap is delivered. Quarterback keep on the draw again. But we've had a lot of those in this ball game from both sides. He'll gain a couple on the play. Tim Smith stepping up to make the hit for the Crimson Tide.
Yeah, they love to run Brown, the big quarterback, and it gives them an extra blocker.
Three wideouts right. He'll roll the pocket right, then look back left, try to connect with the man who was in the backfield with him, but well covered by Alabama. Kelly Joyner Jr., the intended receiver, but the Tide had it well diagnosed. L.T. Overton was with him almost from the start, and the pass falls incomplete.
And that's one that you wish that they had completed it, because it would have resulted in about a 6-yard loss.
Bulls are only 1 of 10 on third downs. They've got 3rd and 9 upcoming. Yard line to gain is the 35 of Alabama. They currently sit at the 44. Shotgun snap to Brown. Throws it left side. Incomplete. Trying to connect with Joyner out of the backfield. It's incomplete. It'll bring up 4th down and long. And one would assume that they're going to try to punt. Pin Bama deep once again. And that is exactly what head coach Alex Golesh is going to do.
Yeah, that's tough coverage also for L.T. Overton, defensive end, linebacker slash. He's trying to cover one-on-one, a running back coming out of the backfield, and it was just off of his fingertips. I'm not sure that he would have had enough for the first down, but would have given South Florida something to think about as far as going for it.
Andrew Stokes has averaged 45 yards per punt. He fields this one back inside his 45. Cole Adams watches this one sail over his head and into the end zone for a touchback. Too much leg on that one as it goes into the end zone. Alabama will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line after a 43-yard punt, but we've got a flag on the play. Ken Williamson, our referee, is signaling something against
formation, offense, more than 4 players lined in the backfield. A 5-yard penalty will be enforced for the end of the return. First down.
So instead of the 25, Bama will get it on the 30, as you heard the explanation from Mr. Williamson. And the Tide looking to get some momentum going again, Tyler. It's been a while.
Well, there's been 4 possessions here in the second half so far total, and it has been sloppy. I don't think we've seen a first down by either offense. So hopefully Alabama can get something going here.
7 penalties, 59 yards, I believe is what Butch showed me just a second ago, as the Tide will come out 1st and 10 again from their own. They spotted it at the 25, but should it not have been at the 30?
No. 25.
Jam Miller, you're right. Jam Miller in the backfield, gets the handoff and stretches across to the 26, maybe the 27. That defensive front celebrating as they have had some success against the Bama run game, except for when they don't, because Bama's had some big plays. Unfortunately, flags have brought those back. 2nd and 9 upcoming for the Crimson Tide, with again Miller in the backfield. 3 wideouts right. It will be a handoff to Miller, who tries to cut it back. Does. Gets across the 30. Ball is on the deck. Scramble for it. It's going to be recovered, or did it get out of bounds? Let's see. The official is standing right there looking at it.
I think the ground calls this one regardless.
Okay, let's see. They're going to signal that it's South Florida football, but we'll see what happens on review right here. Is not a stellar performance on the offensive side,
I think Jan Miller took a shot.
Yeah, you're right.
Across the ball, and that thing almost marking itself right out of bounds, but did not.
So South.
I'll tell you what else they're going to review, though, here is did South Florida have good possession before he was out of bounds? I think he just did.
They were scrambling to get full possession, and I don't guess they're going to stop play to review this. Even though there is a delay at the moment, South Florida's got 2 wideouts stacked left. One all alone to the right side. That is Michael Brown-Stevens. And the rest of the offense in a bit of a huddle waiting at the line of scrimmage to get the go-ahead from Kim Williamson. They haven't signaled that they're under an official review. So I don't know what the delay is at the moment.
Any change, obviously, they're going to look at it. And the question here is, did South Florida have true possession before the defender was out of bounds? And I think it's Ward who was coming up with the ball, and he did. So that's 2 turnovers for Alabama on the previous 3 possessions. And we don't have any takeaways yet, so this defense is going to have to step up once again.
It is USF football after a brief review, working from the Bama 39-yard line. 2 wideouts right, 2 left. Brown looking left, pressure coming, throws across the middle, catch is made. That'll be another first down. Malachi Moore delivered the hit on Yassin, but it'll be after he picks up about 13 yards and they move the sticks again. So from the Alabama 26-yard line, empty set, quarterback Keat on the draw. He'll work forward and he will get a couple on the play. Damon Payne Jr. making the hit for Alabama. Good thing we had a lot of guys playing a lot of snaps last week, because we're having to play a lot tonight due to the hurry up from USF. Handoff going to the right side, breaking 1 tackle, scooting through and getting to the 15-yard line is Teron Keith. So that will be enough to move the chains again. Another USF first down. 10 minutes to go in this third quarter. The Bulls quarterback keeping it right side, tucks it inside the 10, inside the 5, and he gets down to the 3-yard line. Jahad Campbell saved the touchdown there for Alabama, but not until Byram Brown was able to get inside the 5, moving the sticks. First and goal. USF will hand it off. They'll run up the middle. Do they get in? Yes, they do. Touchdown USF. The Bulls have made this a 2-point game and will likely go for 2 right here. Teron Keith getting the score from about 3 yards out. And USF has made this a 2-point game with a 2-point conversion attempt upcoming. And as quiet as we have heard Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium all night. They'll go for 2. The placement at the 3-yard line as usual. They'll send 2 wideouts right, with Sean Atkins joining Abdur-Rahman Yassin. Dangler and Singletary are the tight ends on the left side of the formation. An empty set now for the quarterback Brown. Strong side to the left. Brown waiting on the snap. Still waiting. Flags come flying in. There was procedure, I believe, whistled against the Bulls.
Ball start. Offense 7-0.
All right, Tyler, you may think you go extra, and it looks like that's what they're going to do. I thought maybe they'll just go, okay, we got more room to work with, but no, they're going to take what is a more likely PAT right here. Actually becomes a short field goal after the 5-yard step off.
Well, they were trying to create numbers also so that you can use Brown and just run him on the 2-point try. But that's a long time to hold your offensive line down, and movement fortunately occurred.
Penalty makes the PAT 26 yards on the try upcoming from John Cannon. Snap and hold are good. The kick is up, and the kick is just inside the right upright. And that will make it a 1-point game. 14-13, the slimmest of margins, still favoring Alabama. 9:35 to go in the third. You're in Tuscaloosa on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
People just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Crimson and White Country. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Your moment has arrived. It's time to shed the normal day-to-day version of yourself and let your most fabulous self loose. Make your way to Wind Creek, Wetumpka, because whatever your idea of fabulous is, this is where you'll find it. Wind Creek, Wetumpka. It's your kind of fabulous. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here at Payless Drugs, we continue to be just what the doctor ordered. We know getting the medicine you need is especially important during these unique times. And for your safety and convenience, we offer a drive-through at every location. Plus, we have prescription delivery and contactless pickup at all locations. Now's the time to take care of your immunization needs. Stop by any of our convenient locations today.
Just what the doctor ordered. Payless Drugs.
Touchdown by the Bulls makes it a 1-point game. Alabama 14, USF 13 with 9:35 still to go in the third quarter. Our radio affiliate of the game is WNSP 105.5 FM in Mobile, Alabama. Follow the Crimson Tide Sports Network on Facebook. Tell us where you're listening from for a chance to win 2 free meals from Jack's. Thank you to 105.5 FM in Mobile, Alabama for carrying Alabama football this season. Let's go down the field to our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter Damian Square. Damian, what's the demeanor of this Crimson Tide sideline now that it's become a 1-point game?
I mean, these guys have been in this situation with South Florida before. I saw the defense come off the field immediately and start to get to some adjustments. Unfortunately, the offense put them in a terrible situation. They wasn't able to, put the fire out that time and keep 3 on the board. But we're still winning the football game. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide indeed, my man. Tell you what.
That's going to get us going right there.
We needed it. Definitely did. Tyler.
Well, somebody's got to take ownership on this offensive side, and I don't know who it's going to be, if it's Jalen Milroe or Tyler Booker or somebody, but somebody's got to get this group over there refocused and just freaking pull up your sleeves and get after it.
Alabama waiting on the kickoff from Nico Gramatica. I've been wanting to call him Martine the entire game. That's his father. Kick for Tampa Bay. I just hope he doesn't jump up and celebrate, tear an ACL like his father did famously one time. Hope he's got nothing to celebrate, to be honest, at least not tonight. The freshman from Tampa approaches the football, boots it into the air. And this one will sail towards Kendrick Law, who watches it bounce through the back of the end zone for a touchback. And the Tide will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. So Tyler, Alabama's offense has had some big plays, but they've been brought back due to penalty. That, on the one hand, tells you opportunities are there, but also tells you there are issues you got to clean up.
Sure, but you have to be able to do more than just have explosive plays, especially on nights like tonight. You got to grind, and it takes everyone focusing, doing their job every single play in order to wear a defense like this down and demoralize them.
Justice Haynes in the backfield to the left of Milroe, who's got 2 wideouts each side. Waiting on the shotgun snap. Milroe claps his hands once, twice, now gets the snap, hands it off. Haynes going right, cutting it back left, gets a yard, maybe 2 on the play before he's stacked up. Big Doug Blue Ellie, 6'2", 315, a graduate student from TCU.
Still positive yardage, though, on first down. That's kind of been key throughout the course of this game, is setting up 2nd and 6 situations.
2nd and 7 is what they'll get right now after a 3-yard pickup. Bunched up left side, play action. Milroe wants to throw, looks left, has a man, and that is going to be pass interference. I thought I saw a flag come flying in. Maybe it was just wishful thinking on my part. You had 2 people, Bernard for Bama, the DB, Brent Austin, got tangled up. And I didn't think it was pass interference, but I thought I saw a flag come flying in.
A little bit of incidental contact. Bernard got his feet taken out. But this is an instance where you throw the one-on-one and you have Robbie Utes wide open, uncovered in the flat.
So a big 3rd down and 7 right here for Alabama. Again, 8:55 to go in the 3rd quarter, and only a 1-point Bama lead at 14-13 against USF. 4th-ranked team in America getting pushed right now, and a whistle and a timeout called by the Bulls.
USF, first timeout of the half.
So they have to use a timeout to talk things over, which
30-second timeout.
We'll take as a minor victory right there, because I got a feeling that Coach Kalen DeBoer would love to talk to his quarterback and his offense right here, albeit for just the 30 seconds.
It doesn't hurt, but obviously South Florida had a little bit of confusion on some mismatches, and you had Kobe Prentice and Ryan Williams together on the side that had one-on-one situations, so a good timeout by South Florida. But yeah, just calming everybody down a little bit. Too many 3-and-outs, too many turnovers here in the second half. And they have not been able to get in any sort of a rhythm whatsoever. But at the same time, like what you said, the opportunities are there. You just have to take advantage of it. Previous play, Robbie Utes wide open in the flat. What would have been probably a 15, 20-yard gain. Instead, you throw it downfield, try to force it instead of taking what the defense is giving you.
It's one of the few times that we've seen Jalen look a little bit rattled.
But he's had so much pressure in his face, and you're right, not always understanding where the pressure is coming from, because it comes from so many different places. But down and distance dictates everything with this defense.
So again, after the timeout, 3rd and 7 upcoming. Williams, Bernard, Prentice, your 3 wideouts, with Dupree, the tight end, splitting wide to the left side of the formation. Milroe gets the snap, steps up in the pocket, spins away from one would-be tackler. Now a second, fires off his back foot. He just unloaded that one so that nobody could pick it off. It went out of bounds, and Alabama will have to punt it away. And while you don't want to give up the football, that's not the worst play that can be made right there.
It's better than a sack. There's no doubt about that. But once again, the eyes of the quarterback are a little more focused on the pressure versus going downfield. He had Williams once again on a little square end. You had man coverage to set up. His eyes went left. Had they come right, he had Williams wide open across the middle.
Atkins, the deep man, as Burdup gets set to punt for the Crimson Tide. Good snap, a high spiraling kick, fair catch called for and made around the 36-yard line by Atkins. Not the longest kick that we have seen. In fact, it only covered 36 yards, but with great hang time, Alabama was able to get there and force the fair catch. So no return and a starting field position at the 35-yard line, they'll call it, for USF. So a 1-point Alabama lead, 14-13, 8:41. The time creeping along here in the 3rd quarter of play. 2 wideouts left, make it 3 now. 1 wide right for the Bulls. Single setback, Naquan Wright. The Florida transfer has the handoff fake to him. No, they did hand it off. And he is going to be spun around and brought down. A nice play by Jahad Campbell. Man, those fakes really good from Byron Brown. He fooled me. I thought he had it.
Damian Square said that they were good. Jahad Campbell brought him down one-handed, just threw him to the turf.
Brown on play action, wants to throw, fires right side, incomplete. It was intended for the man on the far side of the field, and Josh Hardman, but the Houston transfer, a senior from San Antonio, had it go beyond his reach and off his fingertips. It will be 3rd down and 12 upcoming. Again, the Bulls only 1 of 11 on 3rd down conversion attempts in the ball game tonight. So with 3 right, 1 left, single setback to the left of Brown. He gets the snap. Pressure coming up the middle. He's going to be down at the 23-yard line. The sack for the Crimson Tides. Tim Keenan the third. That is the third of the game. Damian, what'd you see there?
I saw a bull rush by big number 96 up the middle. The quarterback was looking downfield. I guess the secondary was doing a great job in coverage. I call that a coverage sack. We need that from those guys sometimes.
We do indeed. Second sack of the game, I believe, and third of the season for the Crimson Tide. Maybe the fourth, actually. Those sacks brought to you by Guthrie's. We'll tell you more about what Guthrie's is doing with each sack recorded this year for the Crimson Tide. As deep for Alabama again will be Adams. The punt barely away, and Cole will watch this one hit near the boundary and leave the playing field at the 35-yard line. 1st and 10, Alabama from there. As again, only a minute goes off the clock with all the incomplete passes, but 7:24 is the time to go in this continuous third quarter. 14-13, Bama leading the Bulls. But Lord, let's get a big play and a TD right here, please. Stretch that thing out a little bit. Milroe getting the snap, handing it off. Going left side is Haynes. Breaks one tackle, breaks a second. Pushed out of bounds after a gain of about 6. It'll be 2nd and 4 upcoming for Alabama.
That's a good game, though. South Florida over-pursued, and Haynes went all the way to the backside, broke a tackle at the line of scrimmage, and picked up positive yardage.
They only gave him 4, though, rather than 6. Said he went out of bounds at the 41, so 2nd down and 6 for Bama from right there. One wide out left, one right. Tight ends to each side of the formation. The handoff again goes to Haynes, and he'll stretch forward to the 40. Nothing at all. Got back to the line of scrimmage, but no more. Decarius Hawthorne, the defensive end, who's out of Birmingham. Played at Center Point High School, transferred to USF from Florida Atlantic. He forces the 3rd down and 6, where Bama's only 2 of 8. We talked about USF being now 1 of 12. The Tide slightly better, just 2 of 8, though. 2 receivers, bunch right side, single wide out left. Snap goes to Milroe, trying to avoid the rush, trying to buy some time, and now unloads it out of bounds, just throwing it away to avoid the sack there as he got outside the pocket.
And it's unfortunate. They forced Milroe to roll to his right, or the pressure comes from the left. Heck of a jump there by the defensive end. But they forced him going to the right, and all the receivers to the left. There's nowhere to go with the football. They have great containment, and this has kind of been the story all night long. Force Alabama in 3rd and long situations, dial up the pressure. They get great jumps off the ball with that speedy defensive front, and they force us to get rid of it before we want to.
Jalen just 10 of 20 for 103 yards. He's also 8 for -14 rushing as the fair catch is called for back at the 12-yard line again by Atkins. Another good punt from Alabama's James Burnham, 48 yards on that one. And stop me if you've heard this, a little more than a minute goes off the clock before we change possessions. 6:07 is the time to go in this very lengthy 3rd quarter.
Picked up about 15 yards in the exchange of punts, and this defense has to step up once again and make sure that we maintain this positive field position.
Receiver stacked to the right side, 2 split left, and now a 3rd as it's an empty set. Quarterback keep as he got the shotgun snap. Got to the line of scrimmage, maybe a half yard, but Deontay Lawson, the stinger from Mobile, Alabama, stung him for only about a 1-yard pickup at the most. 2 right, 2 left, handoff. Going left side, turning it up, staying on his feet, picking up great yardage is Joyner. It's a foot race, and he's going to lose it to Keon Sabb. Thankfully, brings him down, but we got a flag all the way back at the 16-yard line. This one is coming back, thankfully, I believe.
Yeah, no joke. I thought that we had an opportunity to catch him in the backfield, and instead it turned into a 50-yard scamper.
Offense number 70.
R.J. Perry was wearing a Tennessee uniform last year, if I'm not mistaken, or 2 years ago. He is from my hometown of Fairfield, Alabama, with the graduate student guilty of the infraction that backs him up inside the 10.
And in all honesty, it was not a whole lot different than what Formby got called for. Didn't really affect the play. Wasn't a whole lot to it. But those two penalties, fortunately, I'll give them a first down all day long. That took a touchdown off the board for us.
No doubt. Still talking it over, the officials. And they haven't placed the football yet, have they? No, they haven't. Official walking towards the hash on the near side. Got to walk some yardage off, don't they?
Yeah, it should be half the distance.
That's what I thought. And it will, as I'd said 2 minutes ago, put it back inside the 10. And they'll put the football down between the 7 and the 8 yard lines. Right between the hash marks. Not the middle of the field, but literally between the hashes on the near side. So 3 wideouts right, 1 left, single setback for Brown, who will step up to the line of scrimmage and walk down the line, both left and then right, and then back left again to make sure everybody understands the play that's called. Play clock, though, is down to 3. 2, they snap it at 1, and it will be a handoff left side. Bama tried to strip it away from the running back, who gets inside, or across, I should say, the 12-yard line, maybe to the 14. Kelly Joyner brought down by Deontay Lawson. But it will be 3rd and 7. Line of scrimmage, the 14 of the Bulls. Trying to keep the drive going as they're inside their own 15. 4:40 and moving time left in the 3rd. Still a 14-13 Alabama lead. The Bulls trying to keep the drive alive and not have to punt it away from deep in their own territory. Pressure coming. Force out of the pocket. Flags are down. Pass is thrown. It's incomplete. And I think this is going to be holding again on USF.
And if it is, we'll decline it. Force them to punt here.
Holding offense from the 65.
That was the center, Mike Lofton.
Tell you, I mean, 3rd and long situations, this defensive front, a little twist here on previous play. Heck of a job, though.
Absolutely. Number 96 again, man. You got to keep rushing. You got to, over-exaggerate the whole call. They don't want to call it, but when you put your hands in the air like 96 did, they got to call it.
Tim Keenan's being practically tackled on every snap. Defensively, pressure coming in the punt by Stokes. Another good one that hits at the 50. Bounces into Bama territory and out of bounds somewhere between the 40 and the 45. I think they'll spot it right at the 45-yard line. He had a little extra activity out of bounds on the USF sideline. Q Robinson may be involved, but no flags came in after what was a 41-yard punt. Timeout on the field. 4:19 to go in the 3rd. 14-13. Better than we wanted to see in terms of the matchup between the Bulls and Bama here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
At Red Diamond, we know that there's simply nothing better than the perfect sip of fresh brewed iced tea. And we've been working hard to make sure choosing Red Diamond is always easy. With only simple ingredients, water, tea leaves, and pure cane sugar, or no sugar. We make sure our tea tastes like, well, tea. Stop by your local cooler and pick up a gallon for a perfect sip today. Red Diamond. Perfect's not easy.
The home of Bear and Saban. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's huddle up and make things happen with the only cards for T-Town. The University of Alabama Regions Visa Debit Card and Prepaid Regions Now Card. They're a win for your wallet and a big roll tide, whether you're purchasing stuff for game day or every day. Want to go all in on confidently showing your Tide pride? Order your card now at regions.com/GoBama. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
Firing downfield, has a man. Catch is made. Touchdown.
the call as we make the call. Watch the Booth Cam, presented by Yea Alabama, for each and every Alabama football game. Streaming live on all CTSN social media platforms, you can get a front row seat to every touchdown and every great play reaction from Chris Stewart, Tyler Watts, and the entire Alabama radio crew. Watch on YouTube, Facebook, and X at UA_CTSN.
Alabama 14, USF 13 with 4:19 remaining in this third quarter. Huge shout out to Big Mike Steakhouse for taking care of our broadcast crew all season long. Thank you to Big Mike, Scott, Kane, Michael, Brad, Casey, the whole staff for great food and the warm Southern hospitality. Restaurants now in Thomasville, Andalusia, Lee County, Gunnersville, Orange Beach, and Moundville. You're always close to a Big Mike Steakhouse. Visit online at BigMikeSteakhouse.com. And Tyler Watts, this has turned into a game of field position. Thanks to all these punts, Alabama will now take over at its own 45-yard line.
Yeah, and it's funny how we thought that now in the new age of college football, you're going to have to score 35, 40 points in order to win a ball game. But here it is. It's 1992 all over again. The Alabama defense doing what they have to do to keep this team in the ball game until the offense can find some sort of rhythm. I mean, how many 3-and-outs have we had? But fortunately, because of the defensive play, we picked up positive yardage in the field swaps off of the punts. And here we are, close to midfield, taking over at the 45. You're 1 or 2 plays away from really opening this thing up.
Alabama with possession. Great starting field position. Haven't had a ton of that. Not that field position has really been the problem. But from their own 45, 1st and 10, Bama. Jam Miller in the backfield behind the quarterback. Jalen Milroe, the junior from Katy, Texas, struggling along with the rest of the offense. Just 10 of 20 for 103 yards through the air. He does have a couple of rushing touchdowns, but only 50% of his passes have been completed, as the handoff will go to Miller. He'll weave through traffic. He'll bounce to the edge. He'll turn it back to his right and get across midfield and get into USF territory. A nice pickup of about 6 yards on 1st down, and we hadn't said that very often.
No, that's exactly where you need to be also. Now you have a second. Now be smart here. Don't throw the ball down the field. Take what they give you. Let's make it a 3rd and short.
2nd down and a long 4 yards. Two wideouts brought in tight to the left side. Tight end offset with a wideout to the right side of the formation as well. Miller to the left of Milroe. We've got a flag on the play as this carry is going to get the 1st down, but I believe Bama was lined up incorrectly, and that is going to result in a 5-yard step off.
Actually, they're going to call offsides on the defense.
Good. I love being wrong when it benefits Bama.
Offside. Defense number 99. 5-yard penalty for the previous spot. The result in 1st down.
Guess I'd just been programmed the way it's gone tonight. That is the 9th flag, by the way, on USF. Bama has been flagged 7 times in this ball game.
So now where possessions and points appear to be a premium, you got to be smart with the ball. Walking away with just a field goal is not the worst thing.
Line of scrimmage now, the 44 of USF. Bama bringing a man in motion left side. Play action, trying to set up a screen. They do. It's Miller left side. He stretches across the 30, and a flag comes in late once again.
This better be a face mask, because Tyler Booker did nothing wrong, and I think they're going to call him for a hold.
Block in the back. Offense number 52. 10-yard penalty for front of the foul. A big 1st down.
Damien, did you see something different than me?
No, I didn't. I didn't think that was he didn't even get any cloth. He grabbed the jersey. Never. What did they call?
He hit him. Yeah, blocking the back. He hit him twice. So the first time he knocked him, and then the defender turned his back on him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what else do you do there? But
10 penalties, 85 yards on Alabama, and that's a tough one because it probably was wrong. So 1st and 12 for Alabama after the step off from the spot foul. Play action. Milroe looking. Fire right side. He has got Bernard, but it's just beyond his reach. I said it was Bernard, and it actually instead was Kobe Prentice, the junior from Calera.
Yeah,
made a great effort, but just beyond his reach.
And the way the play unfolded, I thought that's where the ball should have gone.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense number 0. 15-yard penalty for previous spot. Automatic first down.
Ken Williamson is a good one, but this crew tonight may be working on commission in terms of number of flags thrown. They're gonna wear the hankies out. Remember, we've seen between the two sides, and thankfully that one goes Bama's way.
Well, and I tell you what, that's a lot. Doug Blue, Eli, that's a lot of weight coming after you. It's a big old boy.
What's that number again, Butch? 11 penalties, 91 yards on USF. A 1st and 10 Bama. Milroe trying to avoid the rush, goes to his right. Another flag comes in. Goes to the right, flips it out of bounds because there was nothing there. You know, we hear it said all the time, Tyler, that you could...
Holding, offense under 75. 10-yard penalty for previous spot. Big first down.
Well, you hear it said all the time that officials could throw a flag on every play. Does the human nature come out where they start seeing things more than they maybe normally do, and they get in the habit of calling it as well?
Sometimes, and in this case, it was blatantly obvious.
Okay.
I mean, Formby just absolutely took him down. But this all stems from the fact that you can't really run the ball effectively. Even when you have numbers, you're only picking up 2 and 3 yards.
11 penalties, 95 yards now on Bama. 1st and 20. Milroe with plenty of time. Fires, has a man, catches made. Williams. Ryan Williams inside the 30, and Hollywood gets knocked out of bounds around the 27, I think, is where they'll spot his forward progress. A gain of 13. That's a pretty nice pickup, considering you had 1st and 20, now 2nd and 7.
And one of the few times South Florida didn't bring pressure also, so Milroe had plenty of time. You don't think that defensive staff is going to consider that and start really dialing up the pressure.
Jam for justice in the backfield, and Bama will have 3 wideouts right, 1 left. Milroe waiting on the shotgun snap with a running back to his left. He'll hand it off. Miller coming to the near edge, trying to turn the corner, does. Did he get the first down? He's really close. It's going to be 3rd and a yard upcoming.
Boy, I thought he crossed the 20, and they're marking him at the 21.
Dupree and Prentice with the blocks that sprung him to the edge, but they'll spot him back just outside the 21, so it's a full yard.
This is when you got to be able to run the ball between the tackles right here.
Bama 2 of 9 on 3rd down so far. 3 wideouts left, tight end to the left. Single setback again is Miller. Handoff will go to him. Jam weaving through traffic, gets the first down and more. He's down to the 17, maybe even the 16-yard line. First down, Alabama. That's a bank first down for the Crimson Tide.
This is when you just got to make up your mind. Hey, we're going to be tougher than you along the front, and we're going to push you around.
Under a minute to go in this 3rd quarter. Bama trying to add to a 1-point lead. Milroe looking left side. Catch is made. Spinning away. Miller, no. Can't free himself. Good tackle in the open field on the part of USF. And Brent Austin, the corner, able to hang on for dear life to make the stop, but it's still an 8-yard pickup. He did, however, save the score.
And that's a good job of recognizing the defense. You have a cushion, have one of your better wide receivers in Ryan Williams. Get the ball to him quickly. He was very close to being able to break that for the score.
Strong side to the left for Alabama. Single wide out to the right is Miller. Or Williams, excuse me. Ryan Williams with Miller in the backfield. Handoff. He gets stacked up. Boy, they came from both edges, Tyler, and really busted that one up before it got going.
Yeah, both outside backers. They're pinching. Sam Will, backers coming off of the edges, and there's not enough people to account for them. So you have to understand what the defense is doing. You can't hit it quick enough up the middle.
Banks and Bayard, the nickel and the strong safety, came up to apply the hit as the 3rd quarter has come to a close. Too close for comfort. 14-13. Bama by the slimmest of margins leading, but looking for more when we come back. Heading to the 4th quarter in Tuscaloosa on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Howdy, folks. Bob Baumhauer here. Whether you're planning a tailgate party at the game, cheering for your favorite teams at home, or at your local Baumhauers with your family and friends, we're here to make your football party legendary with our party-ready tray selections. From our always fresh buttermilk fried chicken tenders to the homemade Nana's chicken salad, and of course, our fresh, never frozen, award-winning buffalo-style chicken wings. Baumhauer's Victory Grill. Legendary fun, legendary food.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Hey Bama fans, each Tuesday and Thursday at 2 p.m. Central, join us live for Crimson Drive, driven by NASCAR. This live streaming talk show features the latest on Alabama athletics with exclusive conversations with Tide student athletes, coaches, and media members giving their perspective on the Crimson Tide. You can watch on YouTube, Facebook, and X, with all conversations archived as well on the Alabama Insider podcast. Roll Tide with Crimson Drive, driven by NASCAR.
Hey parents and kids, it's a perfect time for students to read their way to the Iron Bowl in AEA's Be a Champion and Read contest. AEA wants to help K-6 students to be academic champions, just like the Alabama Crimson Tide. Students who participate in the Be a Champion and Read challenge could win tickets to the Iron Bowl and a chance to take the field on game day. Ask your teacher about contest rules. Encourage your child to be an AEA champion reader and win a trip to the 2024 Iron Bowl.
And it's time now for your Alabama Power Scoreboard Update. I'm Brian Hauser with number 18 LSU getting all they can handle right now from Nichols. They're in the third quarter. LSU up 37-21. Tennessee leading their opponent, NC State, 27-3. Third quarter at Bank of America Stadium. And right now, Oklahoma clinging to a 14-12 lead over Houston. Houston team coached by Willie Fritz, former coach of Tulane. Send you back right now to Brian Denny, Saban Field, and Roger.
Thank you, Brian. Third quarter recap presented by Knox Pest Control. With over 80 years of experience, Knox Pest Control has been serving the communities of Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and North Florida, offering pest control, wildlife control, and lawn care. Call 877-KNOX-PEST or visit knoxpest.com. Knox knocks them out. South Florida with the only points of the third quarter on a touchdown. Now it's a 14-13 Alabama lead. While we have a moment, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Tonight's game brought to you by Medical Properties Trust. Medical Properties Trust helps hospital operators around the world unlock the value of real estate to invest in people, technology, and achieve long-term growth. Medical Properties Trust at the very heart of healthcare. We continue live inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Feel good about your money. Once again on the call, Chris Stewart.
Roger Hoover, thank you so much. Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium, the site of this between the Alabama Crimson Tide, number 4 team in America, coming into this one against a tough USF squad that's held it to a 14-13 game as we start the fourth quarter. Bama ball in a 1-point lead. 2 wideouts right. They bring Williams across left, firing right side. Catch is made. Stretching forward, getting inside the 5. Cole Adams, the second-year freshman from Owasso, Oklahoma, making the grab from Milroe. Well, we got a guy down.
He's down.
That is tough to see.
Well, the ball was thrown behind him, but that actually almost benefited as he was able to plant his foot and cut it back inside. He landed a little awkward on his arm.
In some pain, to say the very least, right now. Alabama medical staff, led by Associate Athletic Director for Sports Medicine, Jeff Allen. And this is tough for multiple reasons. We will take the break. Again, early in the fourth, 14:50 to go. 14-13, Bama leading but driving inside the 5, or inside the 10, I should say, when we come back on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
The Lilly Company is your local supplier for Toyota and Clark Industrial Forklift trucks. With 6 locations in Alabama, the Lilly Company offers new, used, and rental equipment, as well as being an authorized parts and service dealer. More than just lift trucks, the Lilly Company is your one-stop shop when it comes to equipping your business or warehouse with the latest and most innovative material handling products and time-saving solutions. Check us out at LillyForklifts.com, proud partner of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Roll Tide. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Roll Tide fans, this is Roger Hoover. Join me and former Alabama linebacker Corey Reamer each Monday night at 6 p.m. for Crimson Tide Rewind, presented by the Alabama Department of Public Health. Live from Baumhower's Victory Grill in Vestavia Hills, we'll rewind the last Bama game, plus take your calls, and look ahead to next Saturday for the Tide and the rest of the SEC. Crimson Tide Rewind, each Monday at 6 p.m. across the Crimson Tide Sports Network.
This is what being a NASCAR fan is all about. Singular history and tradition.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out. This is so special.
And triple-header playoffs action to ratchet up the stakes. We gotta go. Throw in a can't-miss concert, camping, and the legendary atmosphere of Talladega Boulevard. And you've got more than a race. You've got Talladega. NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega, October 4th through the 6th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
14:50 left to go in the fourth quarter. 14-13, Alabama the lead against USF. We just saw an injury timeout brought to you by Andrews Sports Medicine and Orthopedic Center, the official sports medicine provider for the Alabama Crimson Tide football team. After making that catch, it was Cole Adams shaken up for the Crimson Tide. He was able to walk off the field holding his right arm. He has gone into the injury tent on the Crimson Tide sideline. No surprise, a sellout tonight here at Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium. 100,077 fans on hand. The official attendance figures courtesy of ATIX, proud sponsor of the game's attendance. ATIX says thank you to all ticket-holding Crimson Tide fans. Again, Alabama in the Chick-fil-A red zone. First down and 5 on the goal. First down and goal to go from the 5-yard line. Again, trying to build on this 14-13 lead, and that's tough to see, Tyler, for Cole Adams.
Yeah, you hate to, but he was able to pick up the first down, which is a good thing. But we were scared to death that, it could have been a leg injury, but it did not appear to be. So hopefully it'll end up being good news for Cole.
Lyle Kane, one of the team orthopedic surgeons, holding his right arm. He was gingerly holding that as they were heading to the medical tent. First and goal, Bama from the 5. Milroe hands it off up the middle. Nowhere to go for Haynes.
Boy, they just gave him back the line of scrimmage, too. The play, the hole opens up and then closes so quickly. Very aggressive defensive front and second level for South Florida.
They got a man down, too. He's holding his left leg. DeMarco Augustin, transfer from Youngstown State. And both teams going to their respective sidelines again to talk things over as Augustin's being looked at. Again, Alabama has seen Milroe go 14 of 24 for 137 yards through the air. Byram Brown has only gone 10 of 24 for 66, but he's also had 18 carries for 95 yards. Jalen, meanwhile, has had to run for his life. He does have 2 rushing touchdowns in the game. His longest run covered 10 yards, but 8 yards minus 14 when you consider the sack yardage factored in, and they have had the defense coming up with 3 sacks for 36 yards and losses of Milroe in this ball game.
There's a lot of instances over the past 25 years or so where you could win with 137 yards of passing and 14 of 24, but not when you only have 57 yards rushing. That's been the differentiator here this evening, is Alabama's inability because of the big sacks and just nothing going along the front, unable to find a way to really penetrate this South Florida defense.
Still attending to Augustine. The 6'1", 215-pound graduate transfer from Boynton Beach, Florida. Again, started at Youngstown State before making his way as a super senior, the designation, transferring to USF for his senior year.
Do you dare run a hard play action pass here and risk putting the ball in the air? Or do you simply student body with Jalen Milroe running the football here inside the 5-yard line?
We're about to find out. He's got Haynes in the backfield. Jalen waiting on the shotgun snap. Brings a man in motion. Bernard, they will swing it out in the flat to Oots. He makes the grab and he gets bumped out of bounds around the 3-yard line. They got a couple on the play, but not much more.
Jason Vaughn, the linebacker for South Florida, just does such a good job of getting to Robbie Oots as he's catching it. Hard play action. Oots comes out of the backfield. He's wide open. The ball's delivered on time. Just a really nice play by South Florida.
Third down and goal from the 3. Everybody bunched in with the exception of Kendrick Law to the right side. Now they'll bring him left. Bama fumbles the snap, and I believe that Jalen got back on it, or did he lose it? The officials are going to unpile everybody. USF says they have it, and that's what Ken Williamson, the referee, says as well. Bama put it on the deck, turned it over. And the Crimson Tide will turn it over inside their own inside the USF 5-yard line. So rather than adding to their lead, they give away the football with 13:44 to go and holding just a 14-13 advantage. It was Bernard Gooden, the defensive tackle from Montgomery, Alabama, Park Crossing High School, a transfer from Wake Forest, that recovered the loose football.
I mean, it's the first time Alabama goes underneath center all night long, and it's a poor center quarterback exchange, something everybody used to work on for their first 5-10 minutes of every single practice, especially down inside the red zone, is making sure that your hands are staying together as the quarterback. Jalen Milroe's got separated, the ball hit his chest and bounced down on the ground and was just wrestled away from him in there on the turf.
So USF now from their own 3-yard line. Bama's defense love to get a takeaway right here. The snap going to Brown. He will hand it off, and there's not much running room for Kelly Joyner Jr. He got perhaps a yard and a half. Boy, they're generous. They're going to give him all the way across the 5 to the 6-yard line. So 2nd and 7. They gave him almost 3 full yards on that play. Brown waiting on the snap from his 1. Gets it. He'll keep it going to the right side. Made one man miss. And a tackle's made. Tyler, you wanted a hold. Didn't get a flag in.
Devontae Smith got held or basically tackled from the backside.
Not a good time to decide you're not going to call something you called the entire third quarter. Teron Keith is in with a 3rd and about 2.5 upcoming. Brown wants to throw, swings it to a man out of the backfield. Catches made. Did he get to the first down mark? I don't know that he did. Justin Jefferson came up and made a great stop, but they're going to say it's 4th down. 4th and a foot. Now, Bama's brought some of its return men out, but USF has not brought its kicking team on just yet. Now they will. Coaching staff tells the offense, I don't care if it's a foot. We're still on our own 13-yard line. We're going to make sure we punt this one away. And Jalen Mbakwe, the freshman, has come in with Cole Adams having gone to the locker room. Injured, making a catch inside the 5 a few minutes ago. Now the punt upcoming from Andrew Stokes. No pressure from Alabama. Low line drive. Mbakwe should be able to return it. Gets it at the 38. Coming to the left side. 40. 45 of USF. Now at the 35 and pushed out of bounds at the 31-yard line. That's the lowest punt we've seen this evening from either side, and it results in the best return of the game. Jalen Mbakwe bringing it back for a return of 32 yards. Bama setting up shop. Up by only one. 11:50 to play when we come back to T-Town on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Sports not only bring us together, they inspire us on our own health journeys. Whether we're walking an extra lap, crushing a new goal, or spending time with friends cheering in the stands, we all win when we feel healthier and happier. That's why Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama is a proud sponsor of athletic programs across the state. Because a healthier Alabama is a happier Alabama. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters.
From Bart and Joe Willie to Mac and Tua, this is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Here at Payless Drugs, we continue to be just what the doctor ordered. We know getting the medicine you need is especially important during these unique times. And for your safety and convenience, we offer a drive-through at every location. Plus, we have prescription delivery and contactless pickup at all locations. Now's the time to take care of your immunization needs. Stop by any of our convenient locations today.
Just what the doctor ordered. Payless Drugs.
1225 is your ultimate game day destination. Catch the game on one of their 35 big screen high-def TVs, combined with an extensive menu of mouth-watering food and refreshing drinks. Juicy burgers, crispy wings, craft beers, signature cocktails. 1225, where the energy is high, the screens are massive, and the excitement is contagious. Visit 1225 on the Strip in Tuscaloosa, less than 2 blocks from Bryant-Denny Stadium. 1225 Sports Bar, where sports, food, and fun collide.
11:50 left to go in the fourth quarter. It's Alabama with a 14-13 lead against South Florida. The best move of the game is presented by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. How about Jalen Mbakwe pressed into punt return duties with Cole Adams shaken up earlier. 28-yard return. Now the Crimson Tide will have the football at the USF 34-yard line. Tyler Watts, what needs to happen here for the Crimson Tide offense?
Well, you just got to keep doing the same things. It's about staying ahead of the chains on first down, picking up positive yardage. Look for this soft coverage and take your one-on-one shots on the shorter routes, the intermediate, so that Jalen Milroe can get rid of the football. Don't allow that pressure coming off the edge and the different stunts that South Florida does in the middle. Don't allow them have time to develop and get to you. Get rid of the football quickly. Struggle running the football, but you got to find a way to bow your neck here and make something happen on the ground.
Stick it in the end zone. Play some Dixieland Delight. Get a stop and score again, please. 11:50 remaining here in Tuscaloosa. Bama fighting for its ever-loving life. Up just 14-13. Justice Haynes in the backfield to the right of Jalen Milroe. One wide out right. Milroe will keep it himself running right side. Inside the 25 and brought down inside the 20. 1st and 10, Bama setting up shop right at the Chick-fil-A red zone, the 20-yard line, as Josh Cuevas was running interference along with the freshman Ryan Williams. And USF has a player down. Bama fans reacting as though they're not extremely sympathetic to Brent Austin. Concerned that Bama may be getting a little momentum, but I don't think we're having to worry with much of an acting job. I think guys are hitting each other pretty hard out there tonight.
They're getting after it now. South Florida has not been intimidated to the least, and they have been flying around the football, especially on the defensive side. But you think about how much they've been on the field here in the second half.
Still attending to the junior from San Bernardino, California, 5'11", 180. get a transfer from James Madison University, and as he does run off the field on his own power. The Cynics wearing crimson.
Most of the time you don't take a dive, though, after the first play. It's after a drive starts. But don't let facts get in the way of feelings, right?
There you go. Ryan Williams, the wide out to the left side. Jeremy Bernard, Kobe Prentice to the right. Tight end to the right side as well, as Haynes is the running back to the right side of Jalen Milroe. Handoff goes to him, and he'll fight forward, getting near the 15-yard line.
Still good movement for that offensive line. Contact wasn't made until after about 2 or 3 yards, so a good game there on first down.
Kawan Banks making the stop. As the Tide will have it. Actually, they say just outside the 16-yard line. 2nd and 6 upcoming for Alabama. Milroe with Haynes to his left. Coming in motion is Williams. He'll fake the handoff to Ryan. He'll stretch forward and not pick up a whole lot. He got to the line of scrimmage and not much more. I said it was Williams. It was actually Jeremy Bernard. He was coming in motion. Rico Watson made the stop for USF, and this is a big 3rd down with the clock moving under 10:30 now remaining in this football game, and Alabama holding a 14-13 lead. The last time they were in this red zone, they turned it over inside the 5 with a fumble. Bama 4 of 12 on 3rd downs in the ball game. Williams goes in motion to the left side, bringing a 3rd wide out there. Haynes, the running back, to the right. Milroe gets the snap, trying to avoid the rush. Steps forward, fires a pass. Catch is made. Breaking a tackle into the end zone. Touchdown. Kobe Prentice, the Calera native, adds to the Bama lead. It's a 7-point advantage with the extra point pending. 16 yards on the throw, catch and run. Jalen Milroe, his first touchdown pass of the night. And boy, he had to work to find his man there.
Well, I tell you what, though, they motion the formation, and that kind of tips off if it's going to be man or zone. You knew you had zone coverage, so it's just a matter of finding the right hole. But in Jalen Milroe stepping up, kept his eyes downfield, was able to find one of those voided areas, and Kobe Prentice was sitting in it, was able to break a tackle. Great
Nicholson
play.
on, try the extra point, trying to make it an 8-point lead, and he does. The snap from Nealon Hibbett, the hold from James Burdup, the kick from Graham Nicholson, all perfect. He's 10 of 10 on extra point tries. Well, I asked for the touchdown. We got it. I asked for the stop and then another score. We're a third of the way home in that regard. 10:04 to play, and Alabama leading it now 21-13. Our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter is Damian Square, and I don't know if he can hear me right now with what I'm guessing is a pretty energized Bama sideline at the moment, D. Got the answer to my question right there. We'll hear from Damian in a moment.
Well, you think about all this, the way the second half has transpired, though. This defensive unit has played so good in setting up short fields for Alabama, flipping the field for this offensive unit who has mightily struggled. However, you got to finish the game here with 10 minutes to go. You're still only up 1 score. The defense cannot lose its focus as it's about to take the field once again.
Touchdown and a 2-point conversion separating the two squads as Connor Talty absolutely hammers this one into the end zone and through the back of it. Damian, got to think that sideline's juiced a little bit right now.
Yeah, we definitely got a little juice on the sideline now. You know, it was dead for a little while, but we found a way to get in the end zone, gave the guys some life. Hopefully we can go out there and wrap this game up.
Boy, takeaway right here would be big, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be. Big time for the defense. Get the offense some confidence to come back on the field and put a few more points up before next week.
Tim Keenan III trying to lead the charge along that defensive front. He's been a factor as USF will have Byron Brown still at quarterback, Naquan Wright to his right. They've been tough to corral throughout the evening, even though they haven't scored a touchdown. They'll fire this one across the middle, and it's going to be caught. A great catch on a pass that was behind him by Michael Brown Stevens. And I said they haven't scored a touchdown. Obviously, that's incorrect. It is a 21-13 Bama lead as they run it left side and threaten to score again. That's a big carry from Naquan Wright, picking up the first down in that tempo offense from USF. has got it going right now. 18 yards on that carry as they set up from the Bama 42. Play action. Brown will tuck it. He'll bounce to the outside. Fakes a pass, and then he gets hammered by Justin Jefferson. Squared him up and planted him around the 43-yard line.
Brown gave a little play fake with his arm, trying to get Jefferson to either overcommit to the outside as he was trying to cut it back up or leave his feet. Justin Jefferson didn't do anything. It was like he was guarding a point guard there. He just kept his eyes on the belly and struck.
Instant replay is reviewing your last play for potential targeting foul. Play is under review.
Oh, my goodness.
This play under review being brought to you by BuildSubmarines.com.
I mean, what are you going to call? It wasn't with the crown of the helmet, and that is not a defenseless player. He's a running back.
I'm telling you. I won't be shocked if they don't spend enough time, though, looking at this like it's a Zapruder film. I mean, he's got to explode towards the man, doesn't he? On that play defensively.
When the quarterback leaves the pocket, he's a runner. He's not a defenseless player. So then it simply comes down, the only targeting you can have is if Justin Jefferson is leading with the crown of his helmet, that top 6 inches. He did lower his head, but the runner moved as well. That didn't matter.
Okay. Don't bring common sense into this. Is that what you're telling me?
How dare you? Everything in officiating is judgment except for that.
Yeah.
That's black and white.
This is a big call right here. It's either going to be 2nd and 11 or Bama's going to lose one of its top defenders in this game because Justin has been really, really good. Jefferson's the leading tackler with 10 total stops, 8 solos, a tackle for loss. And what looked like a really good, tough, clean hit right there on the quarterback, Byron Brown.
And it's in the 4th quarter of this game, so it would carry over into the next game. The first half of Wisconsin, he would miss if this indeed
started. After further review, number 15 of the defense committed a targeting foul in the front of his helmet. That's only a 15-yard into the run, and includes an automatic first down. By rule, number 15 is disqualified for the remainder of the game.
Great point from Roger Hoover and a tough call.
Who cares about next week? We got to get out of tonight.
That's a great point. Man, that is tough. I get it if he's in the pocket, but you're in the open field and the guy fakes Damian. What do you do if you're a defender other than what he did?
There's not much you can do there. That's how they teach it at practice, man. You're hitting a guy that's off center. He's not directly in front of you. He tried to lower his head to the best of his ability. The offensive player lowered his head. Also, the defensive player got his head under him a little bit. But, hey, it's a judgment call by the ref.
It's not a guy sliding to avoid contact. He made a pump fake to try to draw him in the air. The handoff goes right side. They'll get good yardage. They'll get inside the 10, and Naquan Wright is going to be brought down at the Alabama 9. It'll be 1st and goal from right there.
Boy, and Malachi Moore is fired up. He is trying to get these guys knowing they have done so well here in the second half. You got to get a stop.
Handoff goes up the middle, and there is very little running room. Once again for Wright. The Florida transfer gets wrapped up by Malachi Moore, among others.
And this game is going to be decided in the next 3 plays. South Florida will not kick another field goal.
2nd down and goal from the 9. Handoff again up the middle. Nowhere to go again, man. That was a quarterback option right there. I thought, Tyler, and Brown keeps it. He's got nobody on the edge to bring him in.
I think we had edge pressure that was keeping an eye on him. I'm not sure if it was LT Overton or perhaps a linebacker.
Tim Keenan III getting credit for the stop. 3rd and goal from the 7. 21-13 Bama at the moment with 7:48 to go and the clock's running. USF trying to get back. Get a touchdown, perhaps go for 2 to tie it. Brown waiting on the snap, gets it, looking, he'll run it, he'll get spun around, he'll get brought down at the 4-yard line. It will be 4th and goal from there.
And that play call was designed because they knew they were going for it on 4th down.
LT Overton hit him first. Malachi Moore finished him off, and they're going to bring the field goal unit on, I believe. Yep, they are. Here comes John Cannon on to try another field goal. He's made 2 already tonight and an extra point. Be aware of the fake right here as well. It'll be just a 22-yarder. Snap and spot are good. The kick is indeed up, and the kick is good. And with 6:45 to go, it's now 21-16. Alex Golesh, the head coach, putting it on his defense to get a stop and hope they can get it back, and a touchdown would win it for them.
I'll tell you here, the way the second half has played out, Alabama has played awfully well, though, offensively on the previous 2 possessions. Unfortunately, one resulted in a turnover inside the 2-yard line, but then was able to follow it up. They have got to find a way to move the sticks here, and this is very reminiscent of last year.
It is
With
indeed.
a little under 6 minutes to go, Alabama took over, drove the length of the field, and sealed the game away. Can they do it now and bleed off about 6 minutes and 45 seconds?
Yeah. It was just under 6 minutes remaining when Nick Saban's Crimson Tide marched down the field, scored with under a minute to go to make it a 2-touchdown lead, ultimately winning it 17-3. Alabama only up 21-16 right now with 6:45 to go. Kendrick Law is deep, waiting on the kick from Nico Gramatica. Gramatica approaches the football, kicks it away. And this one will go into the end zone, and Law will let it go through for a touchback. So Alabama with 4th-year junior Jalen Milroe as the quarterback would love to have a lengthy drive, and you were just pointing out something for Alabama. It looks like we got a...
It's like Elijah Pritchett is going to come in.
They'll put him at right tackle.
Put him at right tackle, and we'll keep Tyler Booker at left tackle. So I'm not sure what happened with Formby, or if they're just making a change to see if they can run the ball more efficiently.
Shotgun formation. Handoff goes to Miller right side, and he will get across the 30 to the 33-yard line. Jam Miller, 5'10", 218-pound junior from Tyler, Texas, picking up 8 yards on 1st down. Bama to the line of scrimmage. Quick snap, handoff Miller again. 1st down again. Big hole again. Breaking tackles again. Stretching across the 45 of USF and down to the Bulls' 43-yard line. Tyler Booker says, let's go. Let's keep running at him. 25 yards on that carry. Bama will huddle up briefly at the line of scrimmage, and now they will go to the line of scrimmage, putting 3 men to the right side. Pass goes left. Williams makes a man miss. Foot race now. 15, 10-5, touchdown. 43 yards. Jalen Milroe finds Hollywood, and Williams takes it to the house.
Chris, you know what I love most about this is the fact that it's a simple play. It's just a little hitch route. You get the ball into your playmaker's hands. He makes the guy miss, but then at the last minute, he feels pressure coming from his backside. He changes the ball from his right to his left hand and does something so old school but so effective. Uses his stiff arm to keep the defender off of his legs as he's able to go across the end zone.
Hard to think old school with a 17-year-old, but man, it applied right there. And with 5:50 to go, just like that, Bama only about 3 plays to stretch the lead back to 27-16. Extra point attempt from Graham Nicholson upcoming. Snap and spot are good. Kick is up. Kick is perfect. And Alabama answers in a hurry. Kalen DeBoer's Crimson Tide showing its pluck and grit as that Bromberg's Forever Diamond scoring drive results in just 3 plays, 75 yards. Didn't even need a minute, only 55 seconds. Milroe to Williams, and Ryan takes it to the house. A 43-yard touchdown play, and the Crimson Tide taking advantage of some big plays through the running game to set something up through the air.
And that was really nice. Just inside, outside, finally controlling the line of scrimmage. And Damian, I might have been riding your back all night long at that defensive unit, but that's 2 possessions in a row where my offense has scored. I need you to step it up down there.
You might be.
He might be on his way up here to kick my rear.
I was going to say, you may be glad. You need to be glad. He's probably down there getting that defense pumped up again. Teron Keith is the deep man.
Number 3 is now number 14.
Yeah, we get it. It's every kick. 5:50 remaining as Talty's kick will head towards the end zone and through the side of it. Hey, Damian, were you in there down there getting the defense pumped again?
Yeah, I was down there getting hyped with Marquise Mays.
I figured you were. Hey, it don't take much for Marquise to get pumped up, does it?
Hey, no, not at all. He was excited. He was telling me a few offensive things that he wanted them to do earlier. He saw it happen on that drive, so he was like, I told you.
Here's what I know. Here's what I know, Damian. Whatever Marquise was telling you, you cannot say it on the air.
No, not at all.
Okay.
That's why I couldn't say nothing when you came to me.
Tarrant's going to be Tarrant. We know that.
No doubt.
Kelly Joyner Jr. is the running back with the quarterback, Byron Brown, looking to throw. Pocket collapsing. Bounces to his left. Squares shoulders. Fires. Pass incomplete near the Bama sideline. Malachi Moore was there close, but Josh Hardman could not come up with it.
Boy, Tim Smith was able to loop around to the outside. Thought he was going to get his hands on Brown there in the backfield as everyone downfield was covered up. Unable to make the sack, but still an errant throw was forced.
I said Hardman. It was actually Yassine who was the intended receiver, and he's a little slow getting back to the line of scrimmage. 2nd and 10 upcoming. Again, the clock moving at stopping momentarily at 5:42 to go. 4th quarter. Looking. Brown scrambling left, avoiding a rush, firing. The catch is not made in bounds, or is it? Are they going to give him the catch? They are. Wow, right across the first down mark. Sean Atkins making a great grab to move the sticks. It's 28-16. Alabama with the lead. 5.5 minutes to go. They'll hand it off. Bouncing it to the right side once again is Wright, and he's going to be wrapped up and brought down. Jahad Campbell getting the stop there for the Crimson Tide.
Now it's just about a 2-minute offense from here on out, obviously, as they got to put the ball in the air. It definitely benefits that defensive front as they can pin their ears back and get to Brown and removes that option attack.
2nd and 8 for USF from their own 38-yard line. Brown looking, dumps it off across the middle. Flags come flying in as the catch is made, and getting to the first down mark was Kelly Joyner Jr., but let's wait and see what that flag is going to be.
Going to be holding against Damani Jackson.
Yep, Damani's got the hands up, saying, who, me?
Defense number 1, 10-yard penalty from the end of the run, and an automatic first down.
Why do you get the result of the positive play and the penalty?
Please reset the clock to 4 minutes, 52 seconds. 4:52.
That's that guy. Damani Jackson, the transfer from USC. You're welcome. San Diego native with 4:52 to go, as Bama's been penalized 13 times for 120 yards in this ball game. 4:48 and ticking. Clock running, but not fast enough as the Tide leads it by a dozen. Bulls with it at the Alabama 43-yard line. Brown getting the snap, looking, bouncing, throwing it right side. Catch is made across the 45 down to the Bama 42-yard line was Teron Keith. Damani Jackson making the stop there, and it'll be 2nd, and we'll call it 9. Again, the Bama 42-yard line is where they'll spot it. 2 wideouts left, 2 right. Brown looking, spinning away from trouble, gets to his left, squaring the shoulders, now decides to run, gets to the 40 and gets out of bounds as he was being chased by Jahad Campbell.
He wanted to try to go to Sean Atkins, who had broken away in the secondary and got behind our defender. However, he didn't have enough time, and he had already crossed the line of scrimmage because of pursuit.
USF just 1 of 15 for the ball game, and I believe that 3rd down conversion came in the first half. Bryant-Denny Stadium rising is 1. Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Rising as one as the Tide will try to get a stop on third down. 3rd and 7 from the Bama 40. Tide trying to hang on to a 12-point lead. Brown with a football, looking, firing. That's going to be incomplete. He was trying to connect with Atkins. He was well covered on the play by Red Morgan, the freshman from Phoenix City, Alabama. And it falls incomplete, and the Bulls are going to have to go for it right here. 3:25 is all that's left. They're down by 2 scores. 2 touchdowns at that. 4th down and 7 upcoming. And a timeout's going to be used, and not surprised that that's the case for Alex Golesh. The USF head coach calling the timeout, and yep, we'll crank it up. .325 to go, 28-16. Alabama trying to hang on against USF on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
This season, don't let your home comfort fumble. Brown Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical is a proud partner of Alabama football and has been delivering the highest standards in home comfort across Birmingham for over 60 years. If you're looking for a great team and elite service from a quality company that cares, you can't miss with Brown in Birmingham. Score big this fall with Brown Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical. Visit brownheatingandcooling.com/specials to save on your next service. Roll Tide.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Your moment has arrived. It's time to shed the normal day-to-day version of yourself and let your most fabulous self loose. Make your way to Wind Creek Atmore, because whatever your idea of fabulous is, this is where you'll find it. Wind Creek Atmore. It's your kind of fabulous. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get ready to rev up your engines and feel the excitement at Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac. We've got the perfect ride to match your style and adventure. Visit us at our showroom at Skyland Boulevard and let our friendly team help you find the vehicle of your dreams. Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac, where hometown pride and unbeatable deals collide. Drive with passion with Barkley. Visit us today or check us out online at barkleygmc.com.
Barkley makes it easy.
.325 left to go in the 4th quarter. Alabama 28, USF 16. Make Evan Williams Bourbon part of your game day tradition, tailgate parties, and of course game-winning celebrations. Evan Williams Kentucky Straight Bourbon and Whiskey from Bardstown, Kentucky. 43 to 45% alcohol by volume, 21 plus. Think wisely, drink wisely. Damian Square, what does Alabama's defense need to do here with USF having 4th down and 7?
I mean, considering the situation, this guy hasn't been very successful on 3rd downs tonight. If I was them, I would overload one side, bring a blitz straight to his face, and make him throw the ball to his first read. Either cause an incomplete pass or make the tackle and get off the field.
Damian Square, our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter, 3-time national champion during his playing days with the Crimson Tide and newest member of our crew. Great to have him with us here for the 2024 season. Christian Miller still very much a part of our crew. You'll hear from him post-game with Gray Robertson on the Crimson Tide post-game party. We hope it's a happy one. 4th down upcoming for USF. 4th and 7 from the Alabama 40-yard line.
Be sound in your pass lanes.
Brown waiting on the snap with 3 wideouts to the right, 1 to the left. Gets the snap, looking, firing across the middle, incomplete, and Alabama will take over on downs. The pass was intended for Peyton Singletary, but the Cincinnati transfer couldn't come up with it as the pass was behind him. Again, good pressure for the Crimson Tide. Great coverage, though, by the secondary. Damian,
Hey, that was
Great
an amazing play made by some of the guys that had to get in the game. Previously, we had a cornerback exit the game. I had on the right side of the field, we had a young guy out here, and he was ready to make the play.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about in the break of the fact that you had Damani Jackson, Xavier Brown exit the game, and then you had Red Morgan and Jalen Mbakwe come in, two true freshmen.
Youngins getting tested, and they passed a big one right there. Bama up 12, 3:20 to go, trying to run clock right here and end this thing. Keeping it himself, Milroe bouncing it to the edge, getting to the boundary, and forced out of bounds there. Tafik Bayard making the stop. The clock, though, the new rule this year in college football, continues to run despite the fact he gets out of bounds. That is great for us right here, and great for the self-preservation of the quarterback.
I was just thinking, that used to be a big no-no when you were up.
Bama in no hurry to get to the line of scrimmage. Just now 10 seconds left on the play clock. Jam Miller, the running back, to the left of Milroe. He'll get the handoff. He'll stay on his feet. He'll turn it up. He'll go down the sideline. 30, cutting it back, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Alabama. Jam Miller, 56 yards. Icing on the cake as the Tide leads it now 34-16.
Well, that's 4 straight drives by this Alabama offense. Unfortunately, only 3 of them resulting in touchdowns, but finally finding their rhythm here in the fourth quarter. And there's really nothing other than execution that has been different on these previous drives than the rest of the game. Better execution up front, bodies on bodies, and it's resulting in touchdowns.
Butch Owens pointing out Jaden Roberts and Robbie Oots with the lead blocks. As Nicholson's extra point is up, it is true. Another Brombergs Forever Diamond scoring drive recap. Jam Miller capping a 2-play, 60-yard drive with a 56-yard carry. And the Crimson Tide stretches its lead now to 35-16 with 2:30 left to go.
And it is so cool to see a center, Parker Brailsford, as a pulling center, getting out on the perimeter, doing a great job of blocking and sealing off the edge. And then Jaden Roberts at the tail end hustled his rear down there, was very slow getting up after he fell, but it's probably been a while since he's ran 50 yards the way he just did.
Boy, Jam's ability to bounce it twice to the edge and then basically stop on a dime and turn it upfield. And the minute he got the shoulder square going north and south, it was as if the jet boosters had been hit. And the ever calm Kalen DeBoer looking on the sidelines, feeling a lot better about this one with 2:30 to go. Here's Talty on to kick off once again. And the adrenaline pumping as that one again sails into the end zone. Another touchback. And the Crimson Tide 2:30 away from making sure the christening of Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium is indeed a happy one.
Well, the score looks a lot different, Chris, but the story, the truth and reality of how this game played out, it was a dogfight.
But we're also seeing the big play capability of this offense, whether it's the run game or the pass game. The explosiveness, and frankly, Bama's hurt themselves on some other big plays tonight with penalties. Brown trying to find a man, does. Now they're going to say incomplete. He was trying to connect with Naquan Wright. But the ball hit the turf, and it'll be 2nd and 10.
We actually have our backup quarterback in. No, we don't. I'm sorry.
Brown looking to throw again, scrambling to his left. He'll now tuck it. He'll run. He'll get out of bounds with 2:15 to go. The clock will stop briefly. And with 3rd down upcoming, it starts up again. We'll see if they try to get another snap off before the 2-minute warning. We have that in the final 2 minutes of the 2nd and 4th quarters. 3 seconds, 2, one. And, boy, they cost themselves another snap right there, didn't they?
Yeah, they're down 3 possessions.
2-minute timeout.
Timeout on the field, 2-minute warning, 35-16. Bama leading the Bulls here in Tuscaloosa. We call it Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium. And you're listening to our coverage here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Today's highlight is brought to you by Toyota. At home or on the road, they're never the underdog. Toyota, let's go places. Get $2,000 in loyalty cash bonus on a new 2024 Toyota Tundra. Offer valid through September 30th, 2024. Offer entitles current Tundra customers to $2,000 loyalty cash bonus on the retail purchase or lease of any new 2024 Tundra gas or hybrid vehicle. Cash may be used only toward down payment or capitalized cost reduction on the new vehicle. See dealer for details.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Let's huddle up and make things happen with the only cards for T-Town. The University of Alabama Regions Visa Debit Card and Prepaid Regions Now Card. They're a win for your wallet and a big roll tide, whether you're purchasing stuff for game day or every day. Want to go all in on confidently showing your Tide pride? Order your card now at regions.com/GoBama. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
Hey, Crimson Tide fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Alabama football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Alabama Crimson Tide. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
2 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter at Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium. It is Alabama 35, South Florida 16. Make sure you stay with us for the region's fifth quarter show and the post-game press conference with head coach Kalen DeBoer, brought to you by Tri-Green Equipment, your John Deere dealer for North Alabama and Middle Tennessee. Not just the press conference, Chris Stewart as well will have a one-on-one conversation with the head coach of the Crimson Tide, Kalen DeBoer, that you'll hear later on during the Everwood Crimson Tide post-game party. And Chris, everyone needs to keep an eye out for as well the Kalen DeBoer television show.
That is exactly right. Airing on affiliates over the course of the weekend or early next week, and of course on RollTide.com as well. I'm looking forward to those interviews that I will do with him far more now than I was about 10 minutes ago, to be honest with you. This was a little too close for comfort. We had a 14-13 ball game going into the fourth quarter, and Crimson Tide also had it only as an 8-point advantage before they turned USF over on down. Actually, I'm sorry, didn't turn over downs, forced them into a field goal. And since then, Tyler Watts, the offense, you said 17. It has been 21. We're glad you were wrong. Nice job giving us too many.
But the explosive plays finally happened, and we're kind of taking off now. We talked about it. Well, we had 35 or so rushing yards at the halftime. Really didn't do a whole lot in the third quarter as well. Now Alabama up to 165 and 30, and they've taken 30 yards lost on sacks by Jalen Milroe.
So third down and 7 upcoming for USF. Line of scrimmage, their own 28-yard line, it appears, as Brown waits on the snap. Still waiting. Play clock down to 3, 2. He gets the snap at 1. Pressure coming up the middle. They're able to protect. He'll roll to his right. Wants to throw back across his body and almost threw an interception. Damani Jackson was the closest to that pass intended for Abdur Rahman Yassin.
Damani Jackson was in man coverage, and he followed Yassin all the way across the field, bumping him, getting it all off of his rhythm. But anytime you can have that good of coverage downfield, makes it awfully difficult on the quarterback.
USF just 1 of 17 on third downs in this football game. Wow. Crimson Tide defense has bent, not on third down, but this is a fourth down play. Upcoming 4th down and 7, actually about 6 yards. 3 wideouts right. Brown looking, trying to extend the game. Fires, and it's incomplete, and Alabama will take over on downs, and that should do it with 1:47 to go, and Alabama leading it by a score of 35-16.
And James Smith did an excellent job of fighting all the way to Byron Brown and applying pressure there as he was releasing the football. So this defensive unit couldn't be more proud of their performance here this evening. Just fought and fought and fought. Just like last year, offense really struggled getting things rolling. Although we scored 14 in the first half, it was a tight ball game. And outside of the performance of this defense, tonight could have been disastrous for this Alabama Crimson Tide.
Milroe will hand it off to Justice Haynes, going right side, cuts it back, stays on his feet. Haynes at the 10, Haynes at the 5, Haynes into the end zone, touchdown, Alabama, 29 yards. Well, if you question the strength and the stamina of this Bama team, I think we learned a lot. Absolutely wearing down USF. And explosive plays coming. They have scored 2 touchdowns, the Tide has, on consecutive plays, but it's taken 3 plays total on the last 2 scoring drives. 41-16.
Danny Lewis, and this is all Justice Haynes too. I mean, he had 2 guys in the backfield diving for his legs, and he made both of them miss.
Nicholson boots through another one. Remains perfect on the year in PATs, and with 1:37 to go, again, your Bromberg's Forever Diamonds scoring drive. 1 play, 29 yards. Justice Haynes scoring the touchdown for Alabama. His 2nd score of the season. He and Miller with 1 score each tonight. Jalen Milroe with a couple of rushing touchdowns. He's also thrown for 2. How about he was 10 of 20 at one point in this ball game. Now 17 of 27, 199 yards, 2 touchdowns for Jalen Milroe. He has had efficiently a tremendous second half.
It's turned into a nice performance there, especially because of how dominant that offensive line was there in the 4th quarter. But all of a sudden, a couple of passes go your way. You don't have holding penalties pulling them back, and you can enjoy the success of the play.
7 for 7 for 92 yards and 2 scores in the 4th quarter and midway through the 3rd. Outstanding effort as Talty will kick this one towards the 3, and it will be returned by Teron Keith. Keith's first return of the night, and he is going to be wrapped up and brought down. You can tell who it was that got him.
Bray Hubbard was in there.
Yeah,
on the tackle.
I think it's who it was. I think you're right. So the Crimson Tide, again, up 14-13, now leading at 42-16 with 1:30 remaining. Handoff going left side and bringing it up near the 30-yard line is Kelly Joyner, or check that, Bryce Archie, who is in at quarterback, kept it himself. Now Archie wants to fire a pass left side, bubble screen, and nowhere to go.
Boy, Mbakwe did an excellent job of fighting off the blocker right at the line of scrimmage and reaching around with his right hand and pulling the runner down.
Also good coverage across the way from Xavier Mincy. Number 12 was over there also for the Crimson Tide, and maybe Mincy who's down. Who is that that's pulled his shoulder? You're right, it is Hubbard. I'm not so sure, Tyler, that he didn't hurt himself somewhat on the kick return, the tackle on the kick return, because that was quite a collision. And he was a little slow to get up, and may have been further aggravated with what transpired. So they'll attend to him. Another injury timeout.
Because this injury was the only reason the clock was will stop. There'll be a 10 seconds retraction to the game clock. Clock operator, please put 34 seconds on the game clock. By rule, the clock will start on ready for play.
While we've got a moment, why don't we pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Third down and a yard upcoming for USF as Alabama has turned a 1-point ball game into what is now a 42-16 advantage.
Can you explain to me how, if you're up and you can burn 10 seconds just by somebody going down, why wouldn't you just do that 4 plays in a row?
That's a great question.
How can that be a proper interpretation of the rule?
Take that up at the committee meeting on Monday for us. Final play perhaps of the ball game as they run it right side, 18 seconds to go. It's going to be close to the first down. They will move the sticks. Not certain USF will run it again. They're not. Alex Golesh, the head coach, says we're just going to walk out, shake hands. I don't think they'll have to snap it again. They won't. USF, another tough effort 2 years in a row against Alabama, but the Crimson Tide, this time of Coach Kalen DeBoer, able to walk off the field at Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium with a 42-16 victory. It took a while, but Ramajama does indeed hold true. Bama wins it 42-16. Your final. The Tide improve it to 2-0 on the year before they head to Wisconsin next week. The Bulls of USF slide to 1-1. Their next game will be at Southern Miss next Saturday evening. Roger Hoover will once again take over right after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SEC Radio, there is complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
Producing championship quality lumber is not an easy process, but at Everwood Preserving, it's our only process. Wood treated right. Everwood offers top-notch pressure-treated wood for decks, outdoor structures, commercial jobs, and more that you can build your reputation on. When it comes to quality, we're on the winning team. Visit your local Everwood dealer today and discover the difference for yourself. Everwood Preserving Incorporated, the official lumber of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Let's huddle up and make things happen with the only cards for T-Town. The University of Alabama Regions Visa Debit Card and Prepaid Regions Now Card. They're a win for your wallet and a big roll tide, whether you're purchasing stuff for game day or every day. Want to go all in on confidently showing your Tide pride? Order your card now at regions.com/GoBama. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
The Lilly Company is your local supplier for Toyota and Clark Industrial Forklift Trucks. With 6 locations in Alabama, the Lilly Company offers new, used, and rental equipment, as well as being an authorized parts and service dealer. More than just lift trucks, the Lilly Company is your one-stop shop when it comes to equipping your business or warehouse with the latest and most innovative material handling products and time-saving solutions. Check us out at LillyForklifts.com, proud partner of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
This is the Regions' 5th Quarter Show on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Regions, get your University of Alabama Regions Visa Debit Card or Prepaid Regions Now Card today. Alabama football is also brought to you by Cook's Pest Control, the South's most trusted name in pest control and proud sponsor of Alabama football. And by Barkley GMC, Barkley Buick GMC, where Barkley makes it easy.
Alabama 42, South Florida 16. The final score here at Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium. What a special night for the University of Alabama, of course, honoring Coach Saban with the Saban Field dedication. Then this 2024 Crimson Tide football team, led by head coach Kalen DeBoer, backs it up with a 42-16 win against the Bulls of South Florida. Roger Hoover, glad to welcome you to the Region's fifth quarter show. Let's huddle up and make things happen with the only cards for T-Town, the University of Alabama Regions Visa debit card and prepaid Regions Now card. Get yours today. Again, 42-16 is the final score. The Crimson Tide outscoring South Florida 28-3 in the fourth quarter. A great victory for the Crimson Tide as Alabama moves to 2-0 on the season, getting ready for next week's road trip to an also 2-0 team, the Wisconsin Badgers. Meanwhile, South Florida with a loss drops to 1-1 on the year. The Bulls next up will be taking on Southern Miss in Hattiesburg next Saturday night. But tonight, the Crimson Tide winner, and in 2024, Alabama off to a 2-0 start in the Kalen DeBoer era. We'll continue with more of the region's fifth quarter show next. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
With the Crimson Tide Sports Network, I'm fortunate to get to travel all over the country. But my favorite place to stay in Tuscaloosa is the Hampton Inn by Hilton. What stands out is their people, always kind, courteous, and willing to make my stay as comfortable as possible. With two convenient locations in Tuscaloosa, the Hampton Inn by Hilton is great for any visit to T-Town. Not just football weekends, but anytime you're in Tuscaloosa, stay with the fine folks at the Hampton Inn by Hilton and feel the Hamptonality.
I'm John Miller. And I'm Kobe Prentice. Make sure you and your family are up to date this summer on all recommended vaccines, including respiratory disease.
Vaccinations against these viruses are important for everyone, especially those at a higher risk of developing serious complications, including older Americans and those with certain medical conditions.
So don't wait. Vaccinate. For more information, visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM today. Stay safe and roll Tide.
If you're looking for the best selection in Crimson Tide apparel, look no further than the Soup Store. The Soup Store is every Bama fan's ultimate destination for the hottest gear and accessories, with 3 great locations around campus to serve you: in Tuscaloosa on campus at the University Student Center, on the Strip in front of Bryant-Denny Stadium, and on Bryant Drive. If you can't get to Tuscaloosa, shop the Soup Store online at soupstore.ua.edu. The Soup Store is a proud partner of Alabama Athletics.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
With the enhanced engine performance and fuel economy of newly reformulated Tri-Clean gas from Citgo, you're good to go. But good to go where? Exotic bird shopping? To your Tuesday night bowling league?
Woo! That's a turkeys.
Good to go try your luck at bingo.
G32.
Good to go to a lumberjack competition.
I'm gonna move my car.
New top-tier Tri-Clean gas from Citgo. The most advanced fuel we've ever made. Now you're good to go.
Sports not only bring us together, they inspire us on our own health journeys. Whether we're walking an extra lap, crushing a new goal, or spending time with friends cheering in the stands. We all win when we feel healthier and happier. That's why Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama is a proud sponsor of athletic programs across the state. Because a healthier Alabama is a happier Alabama. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters.
Alabama's 2-0, and the Crimson Tide pick up tonight's win by the final score of Alabama 42, South Florida 16. Tide fans, hope you enjoyed Corey Reamer and I Monday night, 6 p.m. for Crimson Tide Rewind, presented by the Alabama Department of Public Health on the Crimson Tide Sports Network, live from Baumhower's Victory Grill in Vestavia Hills. Legendary fun, legendary food, Baumhower's Victory Grill. We'll be hearing from Corey Reamer in a little bit, as well as the head coach of the Crimson Tide, Kalen DeBoer. But right now, we welcome back to the broadcast our color analyst, Tyler Watson. Watts and Tyler. A dominant fourth quarter, just like you predicted. Alabama 28-3, outscoring the Bulls down the stretch.
I think it was more hopeful, wishful thinking there going into it. Just the ever optimistic in me trying to come out and kind of will us there to a successful fourth quarter. But you talk about handling the ups and downs throughout the course of a game and a season, and how that even-keelness on the sideline that Coach DeBoer tries to make sure that his players emulate, that he has, that common collectiveness. These guys weren't worried at all. They knew it was a matter of time if they could just execute properly, and it was an up-and-down battle. The defense played great for four and a half or 3.5 quarters there and kept us in the game once again versus South Florida. You got to tip your hat to them, though. South Florida Bulls, salty defense. They get after it. They played hard. They were in this game for 4 quarters, just down by a point, as you mentioned, with 8-9 minutes to go in the ball game. They were a group that was hungry for this. They played outstanding, and it took everything that Alabama had, most importantly, between the years of just executing properly and not shooting themselves in the foot to persevere in this ball game. Yeah, it got out of hand late in the game with three late scores, but this was a tough-fought victory for Alabama and something that they can learn from. If you are very average, if you do not execute well, I think that's the big takeaway.
Crimson Tide pick up the win, 42-16, the final score. This is game 2 of what is a scheduled 3-game series between the schools. Alabama, of course, going to Tampa last year, this year hosting South Florida. Again, the Bulls will be back here in Tuscaloosa coming up in 2026. But as you mentioned, this has been a tough game in recent years for the Crimson Tide the last 2 years, and who knows what the trajectory of this South Florida program is going to be by 2026.
You absolutely don't know, and we'll worry about that down the line. But the game continues to evolve and change. But as we were talking about, Chris, with hey, we got to clean this up and get ready for next week or whatever. Well, you got to come out of here with a win tonight first. You got to find a way to get the W here this evening. So the now is the most important thing, and for this football team, this Alabama team, is to enjoy tonight. But tomorrow, it's about making sure that you are focused and concentrating on do the things that are necessary for you to win. Because if you go into a hostile environment next week up in Wisconsin, early kick time, you hadn't played that early all year long, you got to be ready and have that energy, juice as they call it, ready to go out the gate, because it's going to be the first time that you're in that type of environment, and you can't get behind against a good team like Wisconsin.
Crimson Tide 2-0, the Badgers 2-0 as well. Tyler, we will talk to you next from Madison, Wisconsin. Roll Tide.
Right, Roll Tide.
That's Tyler Watts. I'm Roger Hoover. We'll continue with more of the region's 5th quarter show. Damian Square will join us next. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Tide fans, let's take a 30-second time out for a quick mental getaway to Pensacola. Sugar white sands, crystal clear waters. Remember, your perfect getaway is just a short drive away. So hit the road for the ultimate time out from the hustle and bustle. Fresh seafood, stunning sunsets, and relaxing beaches. All waiting for you in Pensacola. Saturdays with the Tide and any day with your toes in the sand. That's the way to beach. Plan your getaway at visitpensacola.com.
At Cadence Bank, we're here for all 4 quarters and overtime in your financial